last.
But anyway, he can ride at home. I mean, he's like a jock saying that he feels like a 2-year-old. So anyway, we'll see how he goes, but he's got to overcome his draw.
In race 4, Wordsworth, a good old soldier, lovely live weight on his back, and he came close up last time.
Yeah, in the banded meeting, he was drawn 1, and I think he's drawn 8 as well, yeah. Haven't had much luck with the draws just in this new season. But, look, he's always competitive. He's there, he's very quick, and, would have liked him to go to the front, but, from that draw, it's not easy to get there because they go the clappers, over 1,000 meters, especially, they want to get into position before that sharp turn. But he'll run well. He's doing well at home, and I expect a fair run from him.
In race 5, Catalea, she's obviously newly joined the yard, but coming off a good win last time. Could she follow that up?
Yeah, I'm just piggybacking on the previous stable. She came here looking very good, and she's been cleaning the ranger up. And she's nice and fresh.
In race 5, Catalea, she's obviously joined the yard, but coming off a good win last time. Could she follow?
Bought her recently, so I said, look, why don't we just give her a little run? I mean, she hardly had a race last time, so yeah, I think she'll run very well.
Another horse recently joining your yard in race 7 is Exceeder, an older horse. Despite having Cape Town form, predominantly been running in KZN as of late. What are you expecting from him?
Yeah, well, I sent him to Durban because he wasn't enjoying the wet going here as a very immature 3-year-old. And he was battling, so I just said, look, let him go to Durban. He can maybe run on the poly and see how he goes there. So he's come back. Unfortunately, the one owner passed away. Good friend, bless his heart, rest in peace. But the horse he's come back exceptionally well from Dean. And, I thought that there's not a lot of these longer races. I just said, look, he's travelled so well from Durban. Let's give him a go.
Race 8, Lucy the Pink, she's doing very, very well at the moment and looks to enjoy the trip. Do you think she can find the frame?
Yeah, she's in a very good space at the moment. She's quite a tart at home. You can't get back shoes on her and there's little quirky things about her, but she's got some ability, and Marsh wanted to get rid of her almost a year ago, and I said, Marsh, wait, this filly will stay and she'll be a nice filly. And she's become that now. And no matter what field she's in or where she's drawn, she's always competitive. She's got a new thing there where she settles well and she runs on strongly up the straight. So I'm hoping for a pretty decent run from her here.
Well, all the best for Tuesday.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's Greg Indian taking us through his runners, and there are chances all round, so just pay attention to those comments. We joined Vaughan Marshall this morning to take us through his runners for Hollywood Bets Durbanville on Tuesday. And Vaughan, in race 3, you've got Yellow Porsche Road. He's had his fair bits of challenges, but how's he doing and what run are you expecting?
Yeah, he's done very, very well at home, and his challenges are well documented. So we just hope that he doesn't have a repetition of the bleed, but his work at home has been very, very good. And we just hold it thumbs.
Silver Crown, the other runner, also thankfully well drawn, seems to enjoy the 1,000 metres.
Yeah, he's done very, very well and gets on well with Aussie. So, I think it's very difficult for him in this class of field because it's a huge step up for him. But I think he'll run a good race, possibly a place chance.
Race 4, the two runners. First them, King Mo. He showed early form and coming off a bit of a rest. Will he need the run?
Yeah, he's been off for quite some time with problems that we could never get our finger on, but he seems to have come right and his work's been good, so we just want to see him running on at the finish.
Final Move, been quite consistent his last 2 runs. Are you expecting a similar effort?
Yes, I think so, and he won at Durbanville first time out, so the course won't be a problem. He's very well, and I think he will be in the money.
Race 5, Little Miss Pink. She's coming off 2 runs, which was probably the worst of the winter. Could she regain her form?
I think she will, you know, and I've put Bernie on her just to give her a bit of a change, and let's see her sort of settle in and run on at the finish to regain her form.
Race 7, Twice the Master. The blinkers are fitted and also he's well drawn. Has he responded well to those blinkers?
Yes, he has, Vicky, you know, and look, I think the 1800's on the short side for him. You know, 2000 plus is what he needs and is best at, but with the blinkers added and a good draw, I think he'll be thereabouts.
The last of your runners is estimated. She's done really well out the maidens. Could she go close up, if not maybe challenge them?
Yes, I think she will, but the one problem is that she runs from way back, you know, and at the moment they've been racing at Durbanville, they've been handy and not stopping, so you know it is against her, but she's very well at home, and I'm hoping for a good run from her.
Thank you very much. All the best.
Thank you.
That's Vaughan Marshall and his comments regarding his runners. Looking forward to them, as some of them look like nice times. We joined Stacey at Reeves Racing to take us through their runners for Hollywood Bets at Durbanville on Tuesday. And Stacey, busy morning in the yard, but thank you for taking the time. Amethyst thankfully drawn, and she ran it, you know, probably ignoring her last run, but before then did a good job.
Definitely. You know, she tends to quite enjoy Durbanville. I've put a line through her runs in the wet. She just cannot do it. She absolutely hates it. So, yeah, I'm just hoping with Richard aboard, drawn 1, she can come back to her better form. She's doing well at home.
Race 3, Rod the Mod, also have Richard aboard, and another one we can ignore some of those bad winter months. But are you expecting him to run into the money?
Look, I would hope so. He's doing very well at home. I can't fault him. Like you say, putting a line through those wet runs. I would hope he comes back to his better form. He's normally ultra consistent. I know he's a horse that tries, so yes, let's just hope everything goes his way.
Race 4, Bonanza. He looks like he enjoys the country course and also the 1,000 meters.
He does, definitely. I think the fact that it's dried up, I'm just grateful for that. He does enjoy Durbanville, so hopefully, you know, going the distance, he's got Grant van Niekerk aboard. Good draw. Let's hope it all plays into his favour and he can come back to his better form.
The last of your runners, Creme Brulee. Clearly the wet conditions were a bit much for her. And do you think that got the better of her and you can expect better?
Yeah, look, coming back, she came off a bit of a break. So her first 2 runs back from her break were in the wet. She's a big, strappy filly. She cannot handle the going. We did think a lot of this filly, and now I want her to put her foot forward and prove herself. You know, she doesn't have the best of draws to contend with at Durbanville, but let's just hope she can sort of come back to form. I want to see improvement from the filly.
Stacey, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, all the best. As you can note that a couple of the runners didn't take winter too well, neither did a lot of us, but looking forward to improvement from them. We joined Lucinda Woodruff this morning to take us through what looks to be a good bunch of runners for her. And Lucinda, in race 3, Beerenberg, coming off a bit of a short break. He seems to enjoy the course, though.
Yeah, he loves Durbanville. He just is a horse that can't really get through the heavy going, so we're waiting for it to just firm up a little bit to what it was in the winter. He's very, very well, very, very fresh in himself, but he may just be a little bit in need of the
must have a massive chance here.
Yes, MJ, I think he's one of the horses to beat in this race. And I think he'll be right on top of them.
Sean, you only got 3 routes today. In the second race, there's one favourite that looks obviously short in the betting, but your filly's form is pretty consistent, or it's been franked quite a lot. I know she could be 7 lengths, Pineapple Mint Green must have a chance.
Yeah, I think she must have a chance, MJ. Mr. Sands has always improved, so I'm very excited to see how she runs.
Shawnee, thanks very much for those comments. Sean Veal's riding We Can Go All Night in race 1. I really think this horse will take a little bit of beating here. He's getting some nice weight from some of the other horses, and yeah, if you're in and around Durbanville, it's a stunning day here. We've got Grant and Vicky that's assisting us with some information today, and let's hope we can find you some winners. So if you are here, please come and join us, and we're going to go to Grant in studio for a bit of a preview of race 1.
Thanks, MJ. Race number 1, the Hollywood Bets Durbanville welcomes you. This is the Cape A Stakes. It's over 1,250 metres, and 2 horses vying for favouritism, and there was not much separating them last time out. That's number 4, Silver Falcon, and number 6, We Can Go All Night. But we'll pick up with number 6, who's in the ring there. He's the 4-year-old son of Give Me the Green Light. He's out of the Cahal mare. Eric Sands trained. Sean Veal jumps on board. Now, Sean didn't ride this the last time. Cabela Matsinyana did, but Sean has ridden it the 2 previous occasions. We're finishing first, beating Berenberg, and then a really short-head second behind Ragnar Lothbrook. Lots to like about this horse today. Yes, it's a draw of 6, which isn't a problem in a small field, but he has got the extra kilogram in his favour from Silver Falcon. So, on paper, he should finish in front of Silver Falcon, but we don't normally run on paper. There goes number 1 to post. That's Hoodspray as we hand up to Devon.
Thank you very much, Grant. Runners are making their way down to the 1,250 metre mark. Number 1 was Hoodspray with Louis and Protwa. In picture is Resonate, number 5, with Craig Zaki. Number 2, Warrior, with the mount of Bernard Fed Herb. Number 3, After the Rain, Richard Faree. Number 4, Silver Falcon, Grant van Niekerk. And the last runner now in picture is number 6, We Can Go All Night, with the mount of Sean Veal, who sports a yellow cap. And those are the runners and riders for the first race of the afternoon. The Hollywood Bets Durbanville welcomes you Cape A Stakes. It's over 1,250 metres, the opening leg of today's bipods. On behalf of the commentary team, we wish you
Welcome to Hollywood Bets Durbanville, race 1, very competitive and small field. With me, I've got Gareth Manzel, saddled number 3, After the Rain. A beautiful looking, well, he's a horse in entire. What are you expecting from him?
Vicky is fit. I think he will enjoy the 1250, a bit of a testing 1250 also at Durbanville, although it's running a bit fast. He's travelled well, and he's a fit and happy horse, so really expecting a good account from him. He has been running in tough company, and I do expect him to go well today.
Thank you for your comment. All the best.
Cheers.
Yeah, that's Gareth, and rightfully so mentioned that he has been taking on strong company, Grant and MJ. It's a lovely race to start off the day, nice and competitive.
Thanks, Vicky. Yeah, lovely to see Gareth with another runner today. He's only got the 1 runner today, and it is number 3, After the Rain. Very striking 6-year-old. He's a son of Master of My Fate and almost pitch white. Richard Faree jumps on board. Now, this is a horse that has been taking on some very smart horses. He's run 3 lengths behind Izzy Vungu Vungu. He's been just behind William Robertson. And obviously, he comes into this race with just 57 to shoulder. You've got to make a case for him. If he's maybe just in need of it, that might find him out. But he looked a picture in the parade ring, and he went down well too, Joe.
And Grant, he looked very well in the parade. I must say, his coat was shining, looked fit, and yeah, I'd put this horse in swingers, and I know it's only 6 runners, but he could run very close to this horse. He really looked well in the parade ring.
Vicky, obviously striking horse, you're not going to miss him in the race, are you?
Most certainly not. Often that some of the younger horses haven't seen such a white horse get a bit of a fright, but after the rain looked impeccable. I agree with MJ, very fit, well. Gareth mentioned that he'd been in strong company, he's held strong company for quite a few runs, which should put him in good stead in relation to that. I think Richard Faria aboard, and also the fact that after the rain generally races quite prominently. The course has been running very quick, so rightfully so.
But just word coming through from the boardroom that race number 2, number 9, Night Vigil, is now ridden by Aussie Noach. Aussie Noach picks up the rider number 9, Night Vigil, replacing Bernard Fade-Herb. Right, back to race number 1 we go. We Can Go All Night. Now, this is a horse that's been knocking on the door. They've been teaching him to settle, and I think they've done a sterling job with that. He was a winner 3 runs back, and then he's had 2 really good seconds. But last time out, he finished second to Silver Falcon. He was beaten just 0.5, and he gets an extra kilogram to deal with that as well. So 52.5, he's got to be a massive runner here, MJ.
Yeah, Grant, just chatting to Sean Veal in the jockey room before the races, he just said, you know, this was... He's been a bit unlucky in the heavy ground. They've been teaching him to settle and just finding himself a little bit like further back in the race than would like to have been. And today's small field drawn 6th, he says this would prefer a bit of a quicker track. And yeah, I think this race is made for him. He's a bit better off at the weights with Silver Falcon, as you said, and just all these things. And he looked well. I think it makes him the horse to beat in the race.
Also, a stunning coat for this time of the year. Obviously, it is warming up, and today's a nice warm day, but he looked well.
He looked well indeed. And also I think with regards to, you know, MJ's touched on the fact that he's not so intense in the earlier parts of the race, and more so he was gelded earlier on this year, and that seems to have also helped his temperament wise, and doesn't seem to take too much out of himself, which is a huge plus. Drawn 6, I know that it's always difficult. At the 12.50, the corner comes quite quickly, but it's a relatively small field, and with all the pace around, they should get into a formation with ease, so not a concern.
Yeah, I think having relatively good going today, and the pace up front is going to be that much more intense. It could play it right into his hands, MJ. So he has been supported in the marketplace. He is now currently topping the boards. He's replaced number 4, Silver Falcon, as your early favourite, and it could well be the way they finish, with 6 getting on top of the 4, Silver Falcon. But as we said, don't leave out the 3 after the rain. He looked an absolute picture. 5, Resonate, went down with the pony. We know he's got the ability when he decides to bring it to the course, Vicky.
Yeah, Resonate, he sometimes becomes his own worst enemy, and is a bit challenging. He gets a little bit warm and that, and I think maybe cost him that together with the heavy going. It wasn't just the going on the track, but also the limited work at the training centre, which can often, it almost sort of heightens how fresh and lively horses like this can be. So possibly getting more working at home. We know that he's bumped some really good sorts. I mean, he's beaten What a Prince. It was a hugely impressive type of run. So I think that he could be competitive if he brings his better form, and he doesn't look like he's taken too much out of himself.
Right, Justin sends out number 2, Warrior. This is a 6-year-old son of Futura. He's taken on the best in the business. 2 lengths off Triple Fortune. He's run just behind Rascallion. He's run just behind Jet Dark. Coming into the track off a layoff, 171 days. Word from the Snails is that this is his prep run for the season coming up, but wouldn't be surprised to see him give plenty of cheek.
Don't worry, no. And look, I think possibly going to be on the sharp side of it, that he's coming out quite keen. But I suppose it's a similar thing with regards to number 1, Hood Spray 2. They generally quite athletic, and you can ask quite a lot of them. The only thing that you risk is them being outpaced earlier on. That's what would happen with them, but they've drawn well.
It's a lovely time of the year. Grant, he's also started stepping out for their preps for the season. So
absolutely, yeah.
Exciting times.
100%. I think it's just going to get stronger and stronger. We're not too far away from the Matchroom Stakes here, guys. So the season is just almost upon us. But he looks very well. He looks quite relaxed down at the start. And again, the race looks set to be a little bit of a match race between 4, Silver Falcon, and 6, We Can Go All Night. Obviously, after the rain comes in and will have his hand, and he'll have a say in the finish as well. But it does look set to be a bit of a boat race. So are you in the same camp as that?
Yeah, Grant, I think so. I must say, you can't take anything away from Silver Falcon. I know he's going up in the ratings. And that the 5-year-old, he's won 7 races. I mean, he's really a decent horse. And at the weights, I think We Can Go All Night will beat him. But this has been a fantastic horse. I mean, he's really consistent. So, but yeah, a competitive race. but I do think everything sort of points at number 6.
Okay, well, let's get your first prediction. Who are you going to go with? 6 or 4?
No, 6.
You're going with
We can
6,
go
Vicky?
on that,
Who are you going with?
I'm going to be the Debbie Downs. I'm going with 4 because he loves Durbanville.
Right.
And also just the race condition, the track conditions are running quite quick.
All right, so there you have it. I'm with MJ with the 6 We Can Go All Night, and 4 Silver Falcon for Vicky as we hand up to Devon as they start the loading process.
Thank you very much, Grant. The first race of the afternoon, the Hollywood Bets Durbanville welcomes you Cape A Stage, just the field of 6 runners. And Hoodspruit and Silver Falcon are the first 2 that have moved up. Warrior moves in. Resonators just proving to be a bit troublesome behind the starting stalls. As We Can Go All Night, as well as After the Rain, also waiting for their turn to load up. Craig Zaki has jumped back aboard Resonate and now moves in. After the Rain steps forward. And that leaves us with We Can Go All Night. Now moves in. Set for a start. First race of the afternoon. Flag goes up from behind. And away they go from the 1,250 meter mark in the first race. After the Rain, as expected, straight to the front, pushes forward to be the leader by about 1.5 lengths. Silver Falcon's also up there in a handy position, but races away in second. Then it's a further length back and running to Warrior, who's racing away in third. Resonate occupies that 4th spot, currently racing about 5 to 6 lengths off the pace. It's a nice, strong gallop out in front. And at the back end of the field, it's Hoodspruit with We Can Go All Night. And there's about 6 to 7 lengths separating top to tail, as they're about to take the angle in towards the top of the straight with just over 700 meters left to go. After the Rain, out in front, going to try and go barrier to box, shows the way by 2 lengths. Silver Falcon, the white sleeves and pink cap battle on the inside rail in second. Resonate's moved up to race alongside that one in third, then comes Warrior. We Can Go All Night's hooked out deepest of all in the yellow cap, starting to make headway. And at the back end of the field is Hoodspruit, has about 6 lengths to find. As they're into the final 300 meters after the Rain, under pressure, Silver Falcon, the first one to move up into challenge. Resonate sits deeper out on the track with We Can Go All Night. It's After the Rain that's hanging tough. Silver Falcon really starting to move into the race smartly. After the Rain on the inside, Silver Falcon. It's a match race on the inside. After the Rain, Silver Falcon hits the line. Silver Falcon, I think, just gets there from After the Rain. Then came We Can Go All Night, who was further back and running. Hoodspruit, then came Resonate and Warrior. Well, when it looked like After the Rain was going to run out, Silver Falcon moved up on the outside, but After the Rain hanging tough on the inside rail. But Silver Falcon, has he made it 5 wins in a row? The line comes. And he gets there, I think, just on the line. Silver Falcon gets there, number 4 from After the Rain, who finished back in second, just a nose separating first and second, but we will wait for confirmation from the judge. And then I can say it was a good 5 lengths back to We Can Go All Night, who finished up in that 3rd place, and that's number 6. And in that 4th spot was number 5, Resonates, followed by Hoodspruit and Warrior, who both will be needing further. The one of the white sleeves and pink cap, the sheepskin noseband 2 from the right-hand side. Into the final 200 meters, it became a match race between the striking grey on the inside, After the Rain, and Silver Falcon. But a brilliant drive by Grant Finito gets him up into the winner's box for the first race of the afternoon. And certainly a great way to start racing at Hollywood Bets Durbanville. Number 4, Silver Falcon, the winner for race number 1. Being led into the winner's box for race number 1, number 4, Silver Falcon. The 5-year-old bay gelding by Silvano out of Lana Falcon by Trippy. Grant Fanica, the winning jockey for the Justin Snaith stable. In the sorts of Mr. Nick Johnson, who also had 2 winners on Saturday and also opened up the race meeting. So a nice string of form at the moment for the combination. And a big winning congratulations to also the breeders, Jordan Team Stud Farm, nominee Mrs. Gaynor Ruperts, and Silver Falcon now becomes an 8-time winner from 19 starts and wins 5 races in a row, which is quite an achievement for the son of Silvano. Provisional results 4, 3, 6 and 5 with a winning time of 1 minute 13.30 seconds.
A wonderful contest to start the day off in race 1. The Hollywood Bets Durbanville welcomes you Cape A Stakes. It was really a nice fight out at the finish there between After the Rain and Silver Falcon, but went the way of Silver Falcon. He got his nose down where it counts the most to notch up, I think it was his 8th career win, which is very impressive for a horse. Well done to Sinalo, Mklulu. He receives his R1,000. Thank you very much to Hollywood Bets and also Cape Racing. The conditioner seems to be making a habit of opening the meeting up with the Nick Johnson owned horse in Justin Snaith. So Justin, we can, if you want to chat to Grant first, okay? Grant is on his way from weighing in, but Silver Falcon, just looking at him in the winner's box, looks very much like his mother, similar type of head, and she clearly stamps him well. Well done to Drakenstein set for breeding this beautiful son of Silvano out of that very impressive Lana Falcon. She was by Trippy. Grant Fanica, excuse my pause, but here comes Grant. Grant, well done for the win.
Yeah, thanks. A nice gutsy win from him. It was a bit tighter than I thought at the end. I thought he was going to end up winning quite comfortably, but obviously the horse next to me, the grey horse, was very, very brave in defeat, and I thought my horse was giving it to me, and obviously they did very good to get there.
I know that he's obviously also won at Hollywood Bets Kenilworth, but seems to enjoy this track.
Yeah, he does. Look, softer going would suit him better. He's not the smoothest of movers, so when the track is a little bit firm, he doesn't seem to quite enjoy it. Means his ears being so flat back, but he's still enjoying his racing at the moment, and it's not used to do 5 in a row, but Justin's feeling amazing at the moment, and hopefully it continues.
Well done, Grant.
Thank you to the Snake team, and obviously Nick Johnson watching. Thanks.
There you go. Next up is the conditioner in Justin Safe. Justin, well done.
Great, thank you.
He's clearly a horse. Look, he's such a game type of horse and a really brave soldier, but it was a great win to watch.
Yes, very much so, because that Grey's always he was going to get the run of the race. I knew it, and I even said to Spencer before the race, and you're going to get the run of the race. And it was always, and Richard, I knew it was going to be tough to peg back. And he's such a game horse, this. It's getting a little bit firm again. He loves it, a bit of cut in the ground. I was worried today. I see the pens drop to 22. It's very hard to water the tracks at this time of the year, because the rain comes and then your track's wet again. So I was worried today. But in saying that, it's the perfect type of race for him as well. Small field, he could just track the favourite, the grey, and hopefully nail him on the line. And just want to say it's not very rare you win 5 races. I'm sure someone at the handicap at the NHRA is going to be in trouble for allowing us to win 5. The last horse I trained that won 5 races was Vanderbilt. So just really well done to everybody, and to Drakenstein on breeding a beautiful horse. Well done.
Justin, with regards to obviously a great start to your day, what does your day look like?
Very quiet. So the next race, I think the filly will improve. 3 points maybe quartets and trifectas. And I think later on we've got good chances. You certainly put us in, but I've got 4 races now where I have nothing. So very, very quiet day for us.
You'll be box walking soon. Well done for the win.
Correct. Thank you.
There you go. That's Justin Snaith, as mentioned. Silver Falcon, brilliant, winning the 5 on the trot and 8th career win. Very impressive from the son of Silvana, bred by Drakenstein Stud. And also well done to Nick Johnson.
Set for a start. First race of the afternoon. Flag goes up from behind. And away they go from the 1,250 meter mark in the first race. After the rain, as expected, straight to the front, pushes forward to be the leader by about 1.5 lengths. Silver Falcon's also up there in a handy position, but races away in second. Then it's a further length back and running to Warrior, who's racing away in third. Resonates occupies that 4th spot, currently racing about 5 to 6 lengths off the pace. It's a nice strong gallop out in front. And at the back end of the field, it's Hoodspread with We Can Go All Night. And there's about 6 to 7 lengths separating top to tail, as they're about to take the handle in towards the top of the straight with just over 700 meters left to go. After the rain, out in front, going to try and go barrier to box, shows the way by 2 lengths. Silver Falcon, the white sleeves and pink cap back along the inside rail in second. Resonates moved up to race alongside that one in third. Then comes Warrior. We Can Go All Night, hooked out deepest of all in the yellow cap, starting to make headway. And at the back end of the field is Hoodspread, has about 6 lengths to find. As they're into the final 300 meters after the rain, under pressure, Silver Falcon, the first one to move up into challenge. Resonates sits deeper out on the track with We Can Go All Night. It's after the rain that's hanging tough. Silver Falcon really starting to move into the race smartly. After the rain on the inside, Silver Falcon. It's a match race on the inside. After the rain, Silver Falcon hits the line. Silver Falcon, I think, just gets there from after the rain. Then came We Can Go All Night, who's further back and running. Hoodspread, then came Resonate and Warrior. Well, when it looked like after the rain was going to run out, Silver Falcon moved up on the outside, but after the rain, hanging tough on the inside rail. But Silver Falcon, has he made it 5 wins in a row? The line comes. And he gets there, I think, just on the line. Silver Falcon gets there, number 4, from after the rain, who finished back in second, just a nose separating first and second, but we will wait for confirmation from the judge. And then I can say it was a good 5 lengths back to We Can Go All Night. We finished up in that 3rd place, and that's number 6. And then that 4th spot was number 5, Resonates, followed by Hoodspread and Warrior, who both will be needing further. The winner, the white sleeves and pink cap, the sheepskin noseband 2 from the right-hand side. Into the final 200 meters, it became a match race between the striking grey on the inside after the rain and Silver Falcon. But a brilliant ride by Grant Finico gets him up into the winner's box for the first race of the afternoon. And certainly a great way to start racing at Hollywood Bets Durbanville. Number 4, Silver Falcon, the winner for race number 1.
race 2 at Hollywood Bets Durbanville. I got Corne Offer with me, Corne riding the favourite Kathera. Some good form and probably horse to beat you.
I mean, yeah, it looks like the right type of field for her. She's doing well at home, got a nice draw, and I think she'll enjoy the track. She's very well in herself, and I'm expecting a big run from her.
Improved on those 2 starts?
Yeah, she ran 2 good races, and she's come on a lot mentally and physically at home, so I don't see why she shouldn't win a race like this today.
2 other rides on board, and then an interesting one, My Flower Fate.
Yeah, on board. She won a good race last time, a little bit of a testy draw with a big weight, but she's doing well at home. The filly for Lou, she's a smart filly, she's doing well at home. She won a very good race last time, and I expect a big run from her today.
Corne, thanks very much for those comments. Corne Offer and Andre now, they're certainly in good form here, so they're probably hoping to win race 2 here at Hollywood Bets Durbanville. We're going to go to Vicky and Grant sitting in studio, and then we'll have some comments about what the horses look like in the parade ring.
Thanks, MJ. Our race number 2 is the Hollywood Bets Durbanville Country Series. This is a maiden plate, 4 fillies and mares, 1,000 metres the trip. And let's go to number 1 in the ring, which is Amethystic. This is the 4-year-old daughter of William Longsword out of a national emblem mare. Richard Free jumps on board for Paul Reeves. Penultimate run behind Applecatcher was decent. Next run behind On Board, that's not his true form. I think you can expect a bit better today. Is the winner in the race. In fact, not the winner is carrying the 60, but is the 4-year-old taking on some of these younger horses. 2, Kai Thera, who just heard from Corne Offer, 3-year-old daughter of Erupt, Andre Nell trains, had the 2 starts, decent runs, both of them. Finished 3rd, and then 3rd once again. The interesting part from Corne is saying that this filly has matured both physically and mentally, and if that is the case, the experience is certainly going to stand her in good stead. 3, Pineapple Mint Green. This is another filly, a 3-year-old daughter of Give Me the Green Light out of a Windrush mare. Sean Veal jumps on board. Decent enough run first time out, and there was a little bit of a nibble in the market about this horse. Jumped off at 8-1 and was finishing back in 6th. So did beat quite a few home. Was beaten 7.25 lengths behind Winter Rainfall, and certainly I think there'll be tremendous improvement today. 4-3 Coins from the Justin Snathyard. Doing Makotwa jumps on board, just the 1 start, finished 12 lengths behind Winter Rainfall. Will need to improve on that run to have any sort of winning chance. 5 Love Shack from the Candice Robinson yard. Gareth Wright jumps on board. First run wasn't bad, second one a little bit disappointing. I thought would have probably finished a little bit closer up than that. Let's see how the daughter of Captain of All fares this afternoon. 6 Brave Winter is a scratching. 7 Niall the Boss. Adam Marcus, Craig Zaki, they team up. Cracking run first time out behind Easy Money. And then not a bad run behind Musical Arts. On that run, only has a length or so to find with the favourite. And for me, could well be a clear second choice here. 8 Silent Winter, Candice Robinson, Mornay Vinnar. Just the 1 start. Didn't show anything on that occasion. Finished 13 of 14. Was beaten 21 lengths. And will have to show tremendous improvement to feature here. 9 Night Vigil, beautifully bred daughter of Vercingetrix. And this one now replacing Bernard Fairherb. Aussie Notes jumps on board for Shane Humby. Word from the yard in terms of the first-timers. Shane Humby, nice filly, but will probably need the experience. Then number 10, the Quinita. Harold Crawford and Michelle Riggs. Nice horse and can feature, so some positive comments there. And there has been some support for the 10 horse. And Buzieni jumps on board for Ashwin Reynolds, as well as the Sarenbox and Normandy Racing. So those are your runners for race number 2. It is the opening leg of today's Place Accumulator.
3, Pineapple Mint Green, Sean Veal. Being passed by number 5, Love Shack, Gareth Wright. There's a look at number 8, Silent Winter, Mornay Vinard. For 3 coins, Louis and Cotswa. There goes number 10, La Pequenita, Muzieni. Another look at number 3, Pineapple Mint Green. Number 7 is Now the Boss, Craig Zaki. Night Vigil, now with the right. Race number 2, the off time at 20 past 1 is the opening leg of today's place accumulator. For further information, we're going back downstairs to the on-course team for the preview of race number 2.
Race 2, a lovely field of horses. Michelle Ricks, who saddled La Pequenita. What are you expecting with Musia?
You know, Vicky, she's quite a slight little filly, quite small. However, she's quite quick. She's shown good work at home. We paired up with a few other horses. She's got good early gate speed. If we had to view, other than that, she's a very smart filly, and I think she'd go pretty close, if not too green.
And the other runner on the day's number in race 8, Rewrite the Stars, obviously always enjoys being prominent in a nice lightweight on her back.
Yeah, she's got a nice lightweight, and you know, she did have a lengthy layoff due to injury, and you know, she's a front running filly with a lightweight, good galloping weight, and I think today could be a day, and she could definitely run into the money.
That's Michelle Ricks taking us through quite a positive comment in relation to her first time at Grant. I'm not too sure how you found her to be both in the parade ring and cantering down, but the comments are positive.
Thanks very much, Vicky. Yeah, and certainly very positive comments actually for a first timer. And I think that they are expecting a very forward showing from that one. Obviously, there's a couple of negatives. The negative is the draw, and that's not going to help its chances. And I think the experience over the way the track is running and the speed that the track is running at might also prove to be probably more suited to a horse that's got some experience. But what do you think of her in the ring?
I thought she looked lovely. She's got quite a long action, actually, cantering down. She almost elongated herself quite a bit unexpectedly going down, which was a positive for me. And I think also, you know, your concerns are valid, but Michelle just mentioned that she's quite quick. And I think if you sort of if you box smart, you get out those pins quickly and aim for the corner, it can put you in good stead, but you need to be sharp, and that sometimes with the first time it can catch you out. But look, they had a fantastic KZN season with a lot of youngsters, so I think you do need to most certainly respect Michelle's comments.
And her youngsters have actually run well first up. Secret Identity won first time out. She's had a couple of others that have been placed on their debuts as well. MJ, in terms of the first time taking on an experience filly like this, what do you think?
Yeah, Grant, she looks like she's on her toes. She's a little bit smaller in the parade ring, but I must say she went down a beautiful action and went down like she's been here. She's on her toes. 5 furlong here at Durbanville, the way the track's running, you can't get left. So it all depends how she comes out the gates. If she pings it and she's up there, she'll have a bit of a chance, but you can't have any mistakes for me.
Before we go to the favourite, let's chat about number 9, Night Vigil. First timer from the Shane Humby yard, Aussie Nudge, now jumps on board. You actually like this one in the parade ring, caught your eye.
Looks like a very nice filly. Whether she's ready to win first time out, I'm not 100% sure, but I must say she did catch the eye. She's a beautiful filly, and she went down quite sharply. She's drawn 9, so once again, first time drawn there, it's not going to be easy, but one definitely keep an eye on for me, Grant.
There hasn't been too much betting activity on the Humby runner as well, so maybe they are expecting it to be a little bit green on debut. But let's talk about Corné Orpha's runner. You did chat to Corné. We also chatted to him prior to the running of the first race, and he was of the opinion that this filly has strengthened up mentally and physically, and if that is the case from a decent draw, Vicky, she's definitely going to be proving to be difficult to beat.
Yes, Grant, with regards to all of that, the draw, the distance, the fact that she races up quite handy is a huge plus. She's had 2 runs, but in the yielding going, she didn't thankfully have to take on the wetter track at Hollywood Bets Kennel Way through the worst of the winter. So I think her form can be true and honest, and if she's come on from that, it has been 79 days since her run, but I think that's not a negative at all. She looks incredible, and as I mentioned, I think it was 3 meetings ago, Andre Nell's horses, their coats look great, which means they all look to be in a good space and maybe a yard to follow.
Were you happy with the way she went down, MJ?
Yeah, Grant, she looked beautiful in the parading. Definitely the standout filly. She obviously got the draw, the form is good. I thought that the number 3 Pineapple Mint Green could maybe give her a bit of a run for money because she's got some decent form, but if you look through the collateral form, the 2 Catheras will have her held. So yeah, everything seems to be pointing at her. It'll take a good first timer, I think, to beat her. And the other ones need to improve quite a bit. There are some horses that went down quite nicely. I thought Love Shack and Silent Winter look like they've got the come on look. Whether it's good enough to beat the 2, it'll be tricky.
Number 7, Now the Boss, has got some interesting form lines as well, because also ran behind Musical Arts, puts her about 1.3 lengths behind Kai Chera, so there's not a lot there, and maybe the one that deserves a bit of respect in terms of the biggest danger.
Also, she's got the experience under her belt, which we saw last meeting paid up quite a bit. And also, I just think that with relation to Adam Marcus's horses, they come on with every one of their runs, so they don't sort of peak early at any point. And yeah, maybe last time she could have rounded a race off a little bit better, which is a concern, but they do seem to be staying on from being up handy, which could work in her favour.
And Adam's yard, MJ, has been in good form.
Yeah, he's really turned the corner. Obviously, work has been picked up at home and things have turned. The horses look very good. Filly you can't leave her out. She's consistent, she's got experience and racing fitness, a big plus. She's been at Durbanville, also a plus, so one that'll be in the trifectas, I think.
All right, anything that you can see that might be able to be a bit of a lurk in terms of value?
Grant, I thought 5 Love Shack went down nicely. A filly that'll improve. She's been beaten 6 lengths and 9 lengths, but there's definitely something. She went down nicely. I thought, look at her going down. There's definitely something there, so one that could be a bit of a lurker.
She seems to show quality pace, this filly. You'll see she's handy all the way, and she just seems to spit the dummy out in the closing stages. Maybe the Durbanville track and the way it's running, Vicky, could be better to her advantage.
Yeah, it could be. I think most certainly pay attention to all those sort of factors today. And you mentioned, Love Shack to be able to just stay on it towards the end a little bit more, but she'll be a fitter filly for her runs and just the experience. And Justin mentioned 3 Coins could improve. The problem is she lacked early pace first time out, which isn't really going to be too much in her favour, but it was in the wettest of it, drawn out on the outside. There was nothing you could really do from there except drop out and hopefully see them round the races off. So I think huge improvement expected from 3 Coins. She's paying quite nicely for a place, so maybe worth a little nibble. But Grant, I'm in the camp. I think between number 2 Cathera and number 3 Pineapple Mint Green, I'm leaning towards the 3. I just think that she again had to face a wide draw and soft going, and I think she could get across a lot easier today.
All right, so you in the camp of the 3 from the 2, MJ?
Grant, starting the form, I looked at Pineapple Mint Green. There's been 4 horses. The horse that run 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th has come out and won. I was leaning towards it, but I just think Cathera's form, if you go really collateral form, she'll be ahead of her. And one doesn't just want to tip the favourite all the time, but I think she'll have experience, and Andre and Kone and form, you need to follow that. So for me, I think she'll win. Have a look at, just keep an eye on Mustambi's filly. I think she looks like a nice filly that maybe we'll have a look at the race and then interview them later.
Well, I'm going bolder. I'm saying that number 2, Cathera, is the best bet on the card, and hopefully she can get the place accumulator off to a decent start. As we hand up to Devon.
Thank you, Grant. Loading process underway. Race number 2. The Hollywood Bets Durbanville Country Series, made and played for fillies and mares. Just 1,000 metres to race. About half the field has moved forward. Opening leg of today's place accumulators. The handlers are working on La Pequanita. La Pequanita now moves forward. Silent Winter. 3 coins just lashed out behind the starting stalls. As they try again with 3 coins. Now moves forward. Amethystick. And that leaves us with Kathira to complete the field. Kathira moves in. Flanders up from behind. Jades crash open and they're sent on their way from the 1,000 meter mark in Silent Winter. Was just a little bit slow into stride, we'll have to race from the back end of the field. Amethystick was the first one to respond, right up there as well. Is Kathira going to settle just on the heels of the early speed. On the outside is now the boss, who's being tracked by Love Shack, and that's a good 4 lengths off the early pace. A further length and a half back and running to 3 coins. That's racing on the outside of runners. Back on the inside rails, Night Vigil is being followed by Pineapple Mint Green, and that leaves us with La Pequanita and Silent Winter as the back end of the field as they just go past that final 500 meter mark. Amethystick out in front by about half a length, but Kathira is starting to move up smartly down towards the inside rail. Then a further 2 lengths back and running to Love Shack with now the boss. Then comes Pineapple Mint Green as they go into the final 250 meters. Out in front is Kathira, who goes past Amethystick with ease. It's Kathira by 2 lengths. Amethystick trying to run on, but it's all race over here with Kathira extending his advantage to win by about 3 lengths. Second place Amethystick, third place up to now the boss. Love Shack, a much improved efforts in 4th. And further back in running was La Pequanita. Well, Grant Knoll set it downstairs. The best bet on the card, number 2, Kathira, comes home lonely in the opening leg of today's place. Accumulated the long-time leader, Amethystick, gave in at about the 400 meter mark, and Kathira just quickened up too well and now becomes a one-time winner from just the 3 career outings. Number 2, Kathira, a comfortable winner in race number 2. Back in second was number 1, Amethystick, followed by number 7, Now the Boss, in third. And a much improved effort by number 5, Love Shack, who completes the quartet into 4th. And I believe that's Night Vigil on the inside rail, who was further back in running. The winner, the sheepskin noseband, indigo sleeves and cap, moves up alongside Amethystick now. And under a great ride by Cornet Orpha, quickens up at the right time, moves up into the open, and continues to extend her advantage into the closing stages. Number 2, Kathira, the winner for race number 2. Being led into the winner's box for race number 2, Kathira, the 3-year-old bay filly by Erupt out of Kashmira by Trippy. Cornet Orpha, the winning jockey for the Andre Null stable. In quite good form at the moment, that combination. Bred by Main Chance, the Adusar Limited stud farm owned by Mr. Sabine Plattner. So big congratulations to the winning connections for race number 2, Kathira, who now becomes a one-time winner from the 3 career starts. Provisional results, 2:175 with a winning time of 58.02 seconds.
Race 2, Hollywood Bet's Durbanville Country Series maiden played for the fillies and mares over the 1,000 metres, won by number 2, Carthera. Well done to Aviwe Maklelani. He receives his 1,000 Rand from Hollywood Bet, so thank you to them and Cape Racing. Conditioner was Andre Nell. Andre, well done.
Thank you very much.
They most certainly are getting along with regards to the pace and that, but more so, your horses are looking incredibly well and running so.
Yeah, well, it's maidens at the moment, so hopefully they can progress from the maiden ranks and keep this kind of form. Then we'll start getting excited. As long as we, when they've been placed in the right races, that they deliver, and that's what this filly did today.
She did indeed, and I think also with a bit of just confidence, and she just looks like she's strengthened up from her first 2 runs.
Yeah, I think those first 2 runs were nice runs, although in completely different conditions and soft going. And we always felt that she's not really geared for those kind of races, but few horses are. So the competition she ran against with, they would have had the same conditions to deal with, but always felt that once she gets onto firmer going, she'll be better for it. And a little bit of space between the last run to this run has given her time to mature and grow a little bit, strengthen up. She's learned quite a bit from those first 2 starts, so the draw was vital to her cause, and Cornet rode a lovely race on her. I mean, he got a nice lead and quickened up the right time, so it worked out well for her.
Well, Andre, well done for the win.
Thank you. One to Ms. Plattner and to my team, and silent partner Anthony Andrews, that puts in a lot of work that needs more accolades at least.
Well done.
Thank you.
Next up, Corner Off is going to join us, and as Andre, I think, was suggesting, it's all a team effort, and well done for the win.
Yeah, definitely. Big team effort, and well done to Andre and to his whole team, to Dixie, to the grooms at home, and to Anthony Andrews. Big part of the stable.
I think if you just, with regards to the team out at Platinum Racing, you've almost had the winter months which were difficult, but at least you've all gelled, and it seems like you've come together well just as a team.
Yeah, it was a bit of a time to settle in, and obviously with the racing, with all the rain and stuff like it wasn't the easiest. Us as jockeys, we don't want to do bad for trainers and owners as well, so... And thanks to Andre, he didn't really run a hell of a lot of horses, so kind of waited for the rainy season to change. We knew the horses were fit and well. We didn't really miss much work in the rainy season, but we didn't have the tracks to run horses on. So well done to him to keep them fit and going until now. And it just shows, the horses are doing very well, and we're very happy.
And with regards to Carthera, I mentioned to Andre that she almost looks like she's had the time in between her runs have given her just a moment to strengthen up in that.
I think that was the key. Her first start, she jumped out. I never expected it to be so quick, and she jumped out, she paced it in front, and she just kind of looked around at the end and got narrowed at the post, and she ran third. Second start, I thought, well, she knows what's going on, and she was even worse. She was very green that day as well, and just got beat. Still ran a fair race, and the time that she had off until now, she's matured. I could feel it at home, definitely, and I said to Andre today that she'll be tough to beat today. I was very happy to take her to the front, and Andre doesn't like that much, but we got fit horses, and I'm going to take advantage of that. But it was nice that she was kind of restless in the gate, so she got left half a stride, and I was very happy to sit in, and she travelled really nicely. I said to Andre when I got off, I think she'll actually go a bit further as well.
Cornet, well done for the win.
Thank you very much, and just a big thanks to Mrs. Plattner. Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
There you go. Well done to Cornet, also jockey aboard Carthera. She's a daughter of Erupt, and well done to Main Chance Farm and Jaggers Unlimited for breeding what looks to be a really nice filly in the making.
Yeah, thanks, Vicky. Also, no, just come and join me. Night vigil, a bit green, but looked like a nice filly in the parade ring, and she ran a fair race in fifth.
Yeah, she's a nice little filly. She just needs a bit of experience. She was a bit hesitant between horses, but I think she'll come on from this and she'll win a nice race next time.
She looked like she ran a fantastic race. So yeah, that's number 9, Hut Vigil. Have a look at her run. She came from the back and ran on well into 5th. So maybe one for the Black Book. We're going to go to the replay of race 2 at Hollywood Bets, Durbanville.
Flag goes up from behind. Gates crash open and they're sent on their way from the 1,000 metre mark, and Silent Winter was just a little bit slow into stride. We'll have to race from the back end of the field. Amethystic was the first one to respond, right up there as well. Is Kathira is going to settle just on the heels of the early speed. And the outside is Now the Boss, has been tracked by Love Shack, and that's a good 4 lengths off the early pace. A further length and a half back and running to 3 coins. That's racing on the outside of runners. Battle on the inside rails, Night Vigil has been followed by Pineapple Mint Green, and that leaves us with La Pequinita and Silent Winter as the back end of the field as they just go past that final 500 metre mark. Amethystic out in front by about half a length, but Kathira is starting to move up smartly down towards the inside rail. Then a further 2 lengths back and running to Love Shack with Now the Boss. Then comes Pineapple Mint Green as they go into the final 250 metres. Out in front is Kathira, who goes past Amethystic with ease. It's Kathira by 2 lengths. Amethystic trying to run on, but it's all race over here with Kathira extending his advantage to win by about 3 lengths. Second place Amethystic, third place dropped to Now the Boss. Love Shack, a much improved efforts in 4th. And further back in running was La Pequinita. Well, Grant Knoll said it downstairs. The best bets on the card. Number 2, Kathira, comes home lonely in the opening leg of today's place. Accumulated the long-time leader, Amethystic, gave in at about the 400 metre mark, and Kathira just quickened up too well and now becomes a one-time winner from just the 3 career outings. Number 2, Kathira, a comfortable winner in race number 2. Back in second was number 1, Amethystic, followed by number 7, Now the Boss, in third, and a much improved effort by number 5, Love Shack, who completes the quartet.
What if I told you?
And I believe that's Night Vigil on the inside rail. He was further back in running. The winner of the sheepskin noseband, indigo sleeves and cap, moves up alongside Amethystic now, and under a great ride by Corne Orfer, quickens up at the right time, moves up into the open, and continues to extend her advantage into the closing stages. Number 2, Kathira, the winner for race number 2.
Pick 6 time here at Hollywood Bets Durbanville, and we're on to race number 3, Cape Turf Club Cape B Stakes. This is a race that really does look to be a competitive little lineup here. We've got MJ in the parade ring, and he's going to be chatting to Gareth Wright, who's riding number 6, What Estate.
Yeah, thanks, Grant. Gareth Wright's come and join me. Gareth in form here. Durbanville had a good meeting last week. You're riding What Estate, 52.5. Must be very competitive. She enjoys it, yeah?
Yes, you know, she loves the track. She's getting the allowance from the rest of the runners, and with that weight, with a good draw, I'm hoping she can be very competitive.
Have you managed to sit in her home at all?
I asked to catch a feel, and Adam said he's got it under control, so I'm taking his word for it. So
probably a pleasure hearing those words, isn't it?
yes, you know, sometimes it is. I trust Adam, and I'm sure she'll come into the race ready.
You know, I've got a bit of work for the Basses, Charlie Malone, the philosophers.
Yes, Charlie Malone, you know what, we put the blinkers on last time, he improved a bit. He's not the most reliable, but I'm hoping the blinkers did the trick, and today is a similar field, so I'm sure he can be in the mix again. And Philosopher, I think she was just a bit unlucky last time. Deep draw, she was wide a bit, and it was a bit sticky, so it's a small field. She likes to run through them. I like her. She has a very good chance.
Gareth, thanks very much for that. Gareth rides quite a bit of work and quite interesting comments about Philosopher's race 6, but right now, What Estate, 52.5. You think she's got a good chance? We're going to go back to Grant.
Thanks, MJ. Yeah, nice race this, and you can make a case for quite a few of them. There in the ring is number 2, Silver Crown, Vaughan Marshall's 3-year-old. This is a son of Canford Cliffs, out of the Captain Elmare. Aussie Notes jumps on board, was a winner of its penultimate, beating Captain Arrow, and followed up with quite a nice post-maiden run, finishing back in 4th behind Mojo Man. There's been a little bit of nibble for him in the anti-post, shortened from 10 to 8. Not sure where he's trading now, but he'll have his supporters, son of Canford Cliffs, and certainly one for the quartets. We move on to horse number 3, Heart Stealer. Now, here's a runner who really started his racing career off pretty solidly. He was second first time out behind Dance Variety. We know where Dance Variety is now. And then he actually beat Rockpool, who's really highly regarded by the Snaiths. He done lost his way a little bit. He ran behind Berabang, and then disappointing behind Seeking the One, coming off a lengthy layoff, 289 days. But this is a horse that certainly has got ability, and it would be no surprise at all to see him put a really good foot forward, and I'd include him in the quartets. 4 is Ragnar Lothbrock. This is the 5-year-old now, a son of Vercingetrix, out of an elusive quality mare. Keenan Steyn jumps on board for Pit Berta. Very solid performer, always runs a solid race. He's running behind Dance Variety, and he's run behind Silver Falcon last time out. Those two have both franked the form, so I certainly think there could be a lot more to come. 5, Rod the Mod, Paul Rees, Richard Free. Nice jockey strike here. I think Richard could suit this horse. Expect a big improvement here as the runners make their way out onto the track, and they'll be called down to post by Devon Pretorius.
Thank you very much, Grant. Race number 3, the Cape Turf Club, Cape B Stakes for 1,000 metres, the field of 9 runners. Number 1, Yellow Porsche Road, and Bernard Fed Herb already went down to the start a little bit early. Number 4 is Ragnar Lothbrock, Keenan Steyn. Being followed by number 6, What Estate, Gareth Wright. Field of 9 runners in the opening leg of today's pitch 6. Of course, Jackpot 1 will start in race number 4 and Jackpot 2 in race number 5. It's part of our 8-race program. So the rest of the runners are still making their way out of the parade ring, down the chutes and onto the course proper. Next runner onto the track is number 2, Silver Crown, Oswald Noach. Number 3 is Heart Stealer, Craig Zaki. Next runner to canter down to the start is number 7, Beerenberg, with the mount of Louis Nkotwa. Being followed by number 5, Rod the Mod, Richard Faree. Number 8 is Elusive Trader, Anthony Andrews. And the last runner, number 9, Barney Madru, sporting a yellow cap, and that's Craig Batson. Those are the runners and riders for the third race of the afternoon. The off time at 5 to 2. The opening lead off for today's pitch 6. Let's cross on downstairs to the on-course team for the preview of race number 3.
We'll move on to race 3. It's been quite a competitive day so far. With me, I've got Adam Marcus, who saddled number 6, What Estate. Adam, she went down beautifully. What type of run are you hoping for?
Ideally, I would like her over 1250, but the 1250 fillies races didn't hold up in the program, so I elected to take our chances here. Obviously, with a sex allowance of 3 kilos, it brings it in with a big shout. Obviously, it does look a competitive field. There's some real hard knockers in here, but with the lightweights, I think she'll be there or thereabouts.
In race 4, Jury Duty. Unfortunately, a bit of a wide draw, but you've got Richard up.
Yeah, Richard said to me at the beginning of races, why are you running the filly from the 10 draws? So it's her last run before she goes to stud. I think it all depends on luck and running. If he gets some luck and doesn't use it up too much from the wide draw, then I think she'll run a cracker. But as you know, on this course, it's tough from the wide draws.
It is indeed. Adam, all the best.
Thank you so much.
That's Adam Marcus about his comments about his 2 runners, but What Estate, she looked beautiful in the parade ring, Grant. I'm not too sure who you spotted, but it was a lovely field of horses.
Thanks, Vicky. Yeah, and What Estate certainly ticks quite a few boxes. I know MJ was fairly big on her as well. That's why I went and chatted to Gareth Wright, and she does tick quite a few boxes, and she does look an absolute picture. So she definitely comes into the race with a massive shout. But there are a couple of runners here that have attracted a little bit of market support. So I think MJ will just start from the top with number 1, Yellow Porsche Road. He's a 4-year-old now. He's a son of Pomodoro out of a Captain Olmare, My Funny Valentine. A strong pedigree, this. And he started his racing career off very well. He was just a neck behind Charles Dickens. He then came out and he absolutely trotted up, beating Inamarore. And then he went wrong in that last run. If this horse comes back to half the horse that saw him being really competitive in his first 2 starts, he has to have a chance here.
Grant, best horse in the race. Has 1 or 2 issues. If he can iron that out, and I'm sure Mr. Marshall's done quite a bit of work on him, he's a massive runner.
He did bleed on that last start that we can see here, but I think he's had a couple of hiccups in between that as well. But he's a really smart individual, and I'm sure that Vaughan's going to be hoping that he shows a bit of a form return and is over his niggles.
I use the word challenges because I think that's what, it has just obviously been a bit of a challenge, and they wouldn't have persevered if they didn't think that number 1, Yellow Porsche Road, wasn't worth it. So, yeah, lovely horse, drawn 1, and I know it's all about that start, but as you could see, Jackson's busy leading him around there, so must have... between Jackson and Milan, probably doing a lot of work with him with regards to equine behavioural, workings at home, and that he would have had to be repassed, and clearly successfully was. I think if he jumps on terms and all going well, I think it's one of those things where there's an added risk, but he's definitely a horse with the ability, as MJ said.
There's a whole host of owners in there and a great bunch of solid racing personalities, and I really do think that be great to see this horse bounce back to his best. 2 Silver Crown, another one from the Vaughan Marshall Yard. Aussie Notes jumps on board. Winner beating Captain Arrow. Not a bad post-maiden run behind Mojo Man, but again, a little bit of a nibble in the marketplace for him as well. I wouldn't be surprised if he finished in the top 4, MJ.
Grant, not at all. The small horse with a beautiful action. Watch him go down. He throws his legs out really nicely. Drawn 254 on his back. He's definitely one to be considered. He'll be competitive.
What did you think of him in the ring, Vicky?
No, he really is nice. He's a nice, neat horse. As MJ said, he packs a real huge action. You can see him stretching beautifully going down to the start. 1,000 metres, loves the fast pace. I think probably last time a little bit of the soft going didn't suit him. Vaughan had quite a strong hand in that race, and Silver Crown, I think Beardy's taking on possibly stronger here. Probably a bit of a test to see where they are with him, and more than likely programming options just a little bit slim for this class over the 1,000 metres. But Silver Crown, I think the draw's a huge add, and he's only carrying the 54.
A horse that caught my eye in the ring and one that I think is going to run really well is number 3, Hard Steel. I know he's coming off a long layoff. He showed plenty of ability. He ran Dance Variety first up to basically a half ahead. Then he came out and he beat Rockpool. We know what Rockpool's deemed to be. And then his next couple of runs weren't bad either. Not a bad run behind Berenberg. And then that Seeking the One Form None, that was in the Ready to Run. I think it was one of the big races. So I do think that this horse is well above his rating of 79, MJ.
For sure, Grant, the form is there. If he doesn't need the run, he'll be competitive. This horse went down really nicely. I like the way this horse went down to the start. Beautiful action, and yeah, he's drawn well, 54. Be competitive.
Can you still be in need of run that badly over a sprint, Vicky, at this time for a youngish horse?
I think that for me, what is more important or imperative at this point is getting out those pens sharply and being placed. I think that's more important than anything else. It is quite a lengthy layoff, but earlier on he started his career off well, albeit he was a younger horse, but he showed probably, I wouldn't say early pace in that he used to be blitz fast, but he could keep up with them. If he does that kind of trick, I think he could find the places here. He did look good though, good strong horse all round.
He looks bright, he looks really well behind the pens as well. I think he's going to put up a really good run. For Ragnar Lothbrook, well, he doesn't know how to run anything but solidly. He's so consistent. He is shouldering top weight though with Keenan Stain. Any sort of a chance for him, Joe?
Bit of weight to carry, but there's a reason obviously for that. Consistent horse, and you can't leave him out of any of your quartets and trifectas, Grant. Just the weight's a little bit of a worry. I think some of the younger horses might catch him with that weight.
Big weight, Vicky. Can he carry it?
I think he can carry it. It's just that, he comes from a little bit off them. So Keenan's going to have to really follow the right type of horse to pull him through. I think that's more of a trick. I think he likes a certain type of ride and needs a little bit of luck. The false rail's not all that big. So you're probably going to find a few horses sort of maybe boxed in for a run on the rail where everyone likes to sneak through. And I think with a bit of luck, he could feature. Pete Werter had a brilliant double last meeting, so the yard's in form, and Ragnar looks like he's shaking off his winter coat. So he's coming through and his coat's improved.
I think the 5-horse Rod the Mod from the Paul Reeves yard is going to run a much improved race. I think just put a line through that previous run behind Ragnar Lothbrook. That's not his form.
Yeah, he ran in the worst going. Remember, went in the outside, Grant. It was a very wet day, and they tried to go up the outside fence, him and Elusive Trader, and they just ran in the bush. So put a line through that. Value for a place.
They're loading up for race number 3. It is the opening leg of this afternoon's Pick 6.
Loading process is now officially underway. First runner to step forward is number 3, Hard Stealer. Third race of the afternoon, the Cape Turf Club Cape B Stakes over 1,000 metres. Silver Crown steps forward. Rod the Mod. What a state. Just the field of 9 runners. Berenberg, the next runner to move in, now steps forward. Barney McGrew. We're still waiting on Elusive Trader, Ragnar Lothbrok, and the yellow Porsche Road. Ragnar Lothbrok now moves in. The bomb squad getting behind Elusive Trader. He's edging closer to the starting stalls. Not fully in just yet. And we're still waiting on yellow Porsche Road. Elusive Trader's moved in. Yellow Porsche Road steps forward. Set for a start, flag goes up from behind. And away they go from the 1,000 meter mark. Rod the Mod responded quickest of all. Yellow Porsche Road's also up there in a handy position with Silver Crown. Further 2 lengths back and running on the outside of runners is Barney Madru in that yellow cap. Racing along the outside of What's the State. Then a further 2 lengths back and running to Hart Steeler, who's racing with Ragnar Lothbrok. And at the back of the field is Elusive Trader with Durbanville. And I say a dozen lengths separating top to tail as they're ready at the top of the straight with just on 600 meters left to go. Rod the Mod out in front by half a length. Yellow Porsche Road is back towards the inside rail in second. A further 2 lengths back and running to What a State, who's alongside Silver Crown. Deeper out on the track is Barney Madru. Then comes Hart Steeler with Durbanville. As they're into the final 250 meters, it's Rod the Mod who's in front by 1.5 lengths. Yellow Porsche Road out the pack chasing with What's a State. Durbanville's making late headway down towards the inside, but it's Rod the Mod who's hanging tough on the outside. What a State closing in with Durbanville on the inside. Line comes. Rod the Mod just gets down the line. Very close with second with Durbanville and What a State. We'll have to wait for the replay on that one, but no question about the winner, Rod the Mod. The winner for race number 3, number 5, Rod the Mod. And an enterprising ride by Richard Fourie, went straight to the front and then caught the field napping at the home straight. Yellow Porsche Road, gutsy effort back and forth, who was also up there at the place. But it's number 5, Rod the Mod. The brilliant ride by Richard Fourie ends up in the winner's box, and the opening leg of today's pitch set. Second place gets very close between What's a State and Durbanville. We'll wait for confirmation on that. We know that the angle is quite deceiving at Hollywood Bets Durbanville, so we'll wait for confirmation with Durbanville and What a State for second and third. Fourth place, Yellow Porsche Road, a very good effort. His first run back after a lengthy break. Then came Barney Madru, Ragnar Lothbrok, and the rest of the runners a long way back. The winner, number 5, Rod the Mod, Richard Fourie for the Paul Reeves stable, now moves towards the inside rail. The Chestnut, son of Vard of Reason to Believe, the Andy Elton Silks, the long-time leader, starting to feel the pressure of Durbanville on the inside, who came from last of all in What a State, also quite off the pace. Probably the first race where we've seen the runners starting to run on from the back end of the field. But no questions about number 5, Rod the Mod, the winner for race number 3. The winner for race number 3, number 5, Rod the Mod, the son of Vard of Reason to Believe. My Captain Al now becomes a 3-time winner from 21 starts, bred by the Shively Stud Farm, owned by Andy Elton. Congratulations to the winning connections, winning jockey Richard Ferree for the Paul Reeves stable.
Race 3, the Cape Turf Club Cape B Stakes over the 1,000 metres was won by Rod the Mod. Very clever ride from Richard Ferree aboard the Son of Var. Well done to Zikolisa Nyanga from Paul Reeves' yard. He receives 1,000 Rand from Hollywood Bet, so thank you to them in Cape Racing. Paul Reeves, the conditioner, well done.
Thank you so much, long time coming.
Absolutely, and we know last time it didn't go right from on the outside there, but this is completely his game. Nice fast pace up there, he loves that.
Yeah, he's a fast horse and he wants the ground with nothing on it. He wants a tarred road if possible. Yeah, he's a daisy cutting action and he's a quick horse. He falls in holes. He finds holes on the racecourse when it's wet. So, again, well ridden by Richie. How can I say? He's just too good. The boss has had a really bad week. He knows why, and I hope this cheers him up.
No, certainly. I mean, Rod the Mod's so flash and all his seeming flash over at the winning. I'm sure it cheers everyone.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Paul, well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's Paul Reeves, trainer of number 5, Rod the Mod. Jockey aboard was Richard Ferree. Richard, well done.
Thank you, Vicky.
With regards to the race, obviously he went out quite prominent, seems to enjoy that.
Yeah, look, his form always suggests that he's a forward sort of horse, and he came out well. Didn't corner so well with the blinkers on. I was running a bit deep, but doing a bit more work than the rest, and we were looking for the line that last bit, and it came in time. Well done for Mr. Reeves. He needs a winner just as much as I do, and for his team as well, and obviously to the owners, thank you very much. And yeah, great win to start my campaign in the Western Cape for the rest of the season.
And Richard, just last comment with regards to Rod the Mod. I thought even though he normally shows a lot of pace, he doesn't round his race off as well. Today he seemed to sustain it quite easily.
Yeah, look, he's a fast horse. The track will suit him, and they were coming, but the line came just in time for us today. So he'll take the win. This is a sort of horse. The handicapper needs to be consistent sort of horse, and every now and then he'll flash up, and I'm pretty sure Mr. Reeves and them have waited very long for this win, so they deserve it. And obviously to the owners again, thank you, and to my sponsors at Winning Form.
Obviously it's going to be a busy season ahead, Richard, so like you said, good start in the Western Cape for a long season ahead.
Yeah, good 300 race meetings to get through, so yeah, it's going to be a long one.
It's okay, you've got the mindset. All the best.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's Richard Ferree aboard number 5, Rod the Mod. Well done to all the winning connections. This one is Shively Stud for breeding. MJ is standing by with Craig Zaki, so I'll cross to him for comments with regards to the runners-up.
Yeah, thank Vicky. Not a runner-up, but number 3, the Kota going at the start. Hard steal. Craig ran on very nicely, didn't he?
Hey, yeah, he really did. Look, Kit and Miss Mangard, the horse has been off for a very long time, and they've put a lot of hard work into him, so they knew that 1,000 was going to be short, and they just wanted to see the horse race again, finish it off and pull up sound. And I thought it was a really good run. He came back really well, really fresh. I thought he was moving great, and I must say he hit that line really, really well, and he's a horse who you could look out for going forward.
Yeah, also obviously with form, I'm sure a 14-mile eventually will probably be a right distance for him.
100%, that's what he's looking for. I know he was rated as a young horse, and I'm just hoping they can have a lot of fun with him. I think after today's performance, it's more positive than anything else, and I think there's a lot of fun to come.
Craig, thanks very much for your time. It's Craig Zaki Road, hard stealer. Ran a cracker. He really made up some nice ground, so keep our eye out for him. We're going to go to the replay of race 3 at Hollywood Bet, Durbanville.
Set for a start, flag goes up from behind. And away they drove from the 1,000 meter mark. Rod the Mod responded quickest of all. Yellow Porsche Roads also up there in a handy position with Silver Crown. Further 2 lengths back and running on the outside of runners is Barney Madru in that yellow cap. Racing on the outside of Watts Estate. Then a further 2 lengths back and running to Hart Steeler, who's racing with Radno Lothbrock. And at the back of the field is Elusive Trader with Burenberg. And I say a dozen lengths separating top to tail as they're ready at the top of the straight with just on 600 meters left to go. Rod the Mod out in front by half a length. Yellow Porsche Road is back towards the inside rail in second. A further 2 lengths back and running to Watt Estate, who's alongside Silver Crown. Deeper out on the track is Barney Madru. Then comes Hart Steeler with Burenberg. As they're into the final 250 meters, it's Rod the Mod, who's in front by 1.5 lengths. Yellow Porsche Road out the pad chasing with Watt Estate. Burenberg's making late headway down towards the inside, but it's Rod the Mod who's handing tough on the outside. Watt Estate closing in with Burenberg on the inside. Line comes. Rod the Mod just gets down the line. Very close for second with Burenberg and Watt Estate. We'll have to wait for the replay on that one, but no question about the winner, Rod the Mod. The winner for race number 3, number 5, Rod the Mod. And an enterprising ride by Richard Fourie, went straight to the front and then caught the field napping at the home straight. Yellow Porsche Road, gutsy effort back and forth. He was also up there at the place. There's number 5, Rod the Mod. The brilliant ride by Richard Fourie ends up in the winner's box, and the opening leg of today's pitch set. Second place gets very close between Watt Estate and Burenberg. We'll wait for confirmation on that. We know that the angle is quite deceiving at Hollywood Bets Durbanville, so we'll wait for confirmation with Burenberg and Watt Estate for second and third. Fourth place, Yellow Porsche Road, a very good effort. His first run back after a lengthy break. Then came Barney Madru, Radno Lothbrock, and the rest of the runners a long way back. The winner, number 5, Rod the Mod, Richard Fourie for the Paul Reeves stable. Now moves towards the inside rail. The Chestnut, son of Vard, of Reason to Believe. The Andy Elton Silt, the long-time leader, starting to feel the pressure. Burenberg on the inside, who came from last of all in Watt Estate, also quite off the pace. Probably the first race where we've seen the runners starting to run on from the back end of the field. But no questions about number 5, Rod the Mod, the winner for race number 3.
In the parade ring for race 4 at Hollywood Beach, Durbanville, quite a tricky race. Bernard, you're riding Bullet, ridden him twice to see the headgear on.
Yes, we've opted to put those cheek pieces on just to keep him concentrating. Last time I thought he would go through with it, and he was sort of wandering around in the finish. So 1,000, we put that on, and we're hoping that can just make the little difference. Obviously he's super fit and he's really well. If things go his way, he should be right there.
Yeah, he's improved his last 2 starts, and as you say, beautiful looking also, fit and ready.
Fit and ready, and yeah, draw. So we're very happy, and we're just hoping he can produce what he's showing us at home, and he'll be right there.
Nice and bright colours. I see Kirsty's also nice and bright. So yeah, lovely to have everyone here at Hollywood Beach Durbanville. It's really a nice race meet or a race day here. Bullet looks well. We'll definitely be competitive. Grant, your thoughts on race 4?
Thanks, MJ. Yeah, this is quite an open contest for me. I think there's chances for quite a few of these runners. And I think it's quite a race where you're actually going to go wide. If you've been taking a jackpot, you need to go relatively wide in terms of how you play it. It is the Cape Turf Club Syndicate's Cape Sea Stakes. So over 1,000 metres. And there's number 1, Bonanza in ring. That's Paul Reeves' runner. They've just had a winner. Grant van Niekerk now teams up with him. And there's been quite a lot of money coming into this run. He was opened up at around 16 to 1. He shortened all the way down to 7s. So keep an eye on him. I think they're expecting a bold showing with the track running much firmer than what it has been. 2, Charlie Malone, Candice Robinson, Gareth Wright. Good second last time out behind Winter Pearl. Blinkers were fitted on that occasion. He did show the improvement, and I'm sure they're expecting a similar type of run today. 3, Wiley Jack, Craig Zaki. 4, Andre Steyn. Hasn't been running too far off them. There was a good run behind She's My Captain, and even the run behind Gladiatorian suggests that this horse could make it into the top 4. 4, Bullet. I really like the chances of the 4-year-old son of Karari here. Bernard Fairherb jumps on board. It was a good run last time out. He was right up there. I think this is going to be the horse they're all going to have to beat. 5, Power Grid, Andre Steyn, Craig Bantam. Another horse that is now 10. He's a 10-year-old, and he's having his 67th start. Full testament to Andre Steyn and how well he's kept this fella on the boil, and he still seems to have the enthusiasm to race. Let's see how he fares today. 6 is King Mo, the Vaughan Marshall runner. Jabu Jacobs jumps on board. Had some nice form. He beat the likes of Max Dart and ran close up to Michael Faraday and Le Mans. He's better than his recent form suggests, and there could be plenty of improvement to come. 7 is Persistence, Mike Stewart, Keenan Steyn. He's plus 1.5. But again, this horse is struggling to win his second career, get his second career victory. He's been there or thereabouts. He runs similar types of races, but he does like Durbanville, and he does like this type of ground. So let's see how he fares. He might well be a bit of value. 8, Wordsworth's now a 6-year-old too. Anthony Andrews jumps on board. Nice run last time out behind Easy Money. A repeat of that could see him finishing in the quartet berths. 9, Final Move from the Vaughan Marshall Yard. Aussie Nose jumps on board again, representing that Easy Money form line. We'll have to improve to beat Wordsworth on that, but certainly does seem to have some scope for improvement. And then the 10, Jury Duty. Doesn't know how to run a bad race. Has notched up 5 career victories, and a lot of them have been in recent months. Richard Free jumps on board for Adam Marcus. And again, you have to respect this horse. It's going to give another really good account of herself, the 6-year-old daughter of Gray's Inn. Those are your runners for race number 4. It is the opening leg of Jackpot 1 and the second leg of our Pick 6 here at Hollywood Beach Durbanville.
Field for race number 4 on their way down to the start, led by number 1 Bonanza, ridden by Grant van Niekerk. Number 10 is Jury Duty, ridden by Richard Fourie. XX pool reached 573,858 rand. It's the start of jackpot number 1, which is at 120,000 rand. Race number 4 is the Cape Turf Club Syndicate's Cape C Stakes. They go 1,000 metres. Bonanza and Jury Duty out well ahead of the others. The remainder of the field preparing to leave the parade ring. Race gets underway at 2:30, which is around 10 minutes away. Next out is number 2, Charlie Malone, ridden by Gareth Wright. Number 4 is Bullet, ridden by Bernard Fade Herb. Number 6 is King Mo, ridden by Jabu Jacobs. Followed down by number 7, Persistence, ridden by Keenan Stain. Number 8, Wordsworth, Anthony Andrews. Next up, 9, Final Move, ridden by Oswald Noach. There goes number 5, Power Grid, ridden by Craig Bansom. The ripe old age of 10, first time seen since the end of January. And the last runner to head down, number 3, Wiley Jack, ridden by Craig Zaki, to round off the field for race number 4. The favourite is number 10, Jury Duty, at 3 rand a win, 1 rand a place, but he 1 rand 30. Number 1, Bonanza, 460 and 2 rand 30. Number 4, Bullet, shows 560 a win and 2 rand 10 a place. So that's how they stack up for race number 4. They're on their way to the 1,000 metres mark. There's 8 minutes to post. The first leg of the first jackpot just around the corner. And let's welcome Grant, Vicky and MJ for the 4th time this afternoon.
Thank you very much, Alistair. With me, I've got Candice Bass-Robinson, who saddled Charlie Malone here, coming off a good run last time. Candice, and also think he's thankfully well drawn.
Yes, Vicky, he's got a good draw today, and it was a good run from him last time. I'm running him a week apart, but I think he's the kind of horse that can take it. He's a burly sort of horse. He takes his racing and his work very well. So he's taken his run well. He's nice and fresh this week. So, yeah, look, it's not, the field looks like an average field. This is going to be his last run here before he goes off to Port Elizabeth, so hopefully he can end on a winning note, but he'll have each way chance.
Race 5, Unconquerable Lady. She comes in with good competitive form, just obviously that wide draw.
She does. It's just a draw to contend with Vicky, and unfortunately she's drawn out wide, so it's going to be a little bit tricky for her from there. I think if she'd had a good draw today, I would have given her, a good each way chance. So he's going to need a little bit of luck from that draw. Hopefully he's able to get over somewhere. But she's got quite a bit of speed, so I think, if she can get herself in somewhere, she would have a money chance today, and hopefully she's good enough to be a bit closer.
Race 6, the 2 runners, Philosophize and Royal Invitation, both look like they've got a nice upper form, just obviously come a bit off the pace, which is a concern, the way the track's running.
Same story, Philosophize, Vicky. Last couple of times she just keeps on drawing widest out, and it's a pity because she just doesn't quite get up to win, and she's been knocking on the door to win now, so it's a shame that she's always drawn wide, and it's the same story again with her today. She's always having to come from off them and from quite a long way back too, but she's in good shape, and as again, if she gets a bit of luck, she should have a good chance here today. And the other filly will definitely prefer this going. She didn't enjoy the wet going last time, so you can put a line through that ring, through that run, and it'll be a much better run from her today if she doesn't find the mile a bit too sharp at Durbanville.
Candice, thank you. All the best.
Pleasure, thank you.
There you go, Grant. Comments from Candice regarding her runners for the rest of the day. And Charlie Malone, often when horses here, they might be moving centres, they make two and carry their feet a bit faster. Hopefully Charlie Malone can do so.
Thanks, Vicky. Yeah, he ran a cracker last time out with the blinkers fitted, and he gets another opportunity to earn a sizable stakes check once again. But for me, this was one of the trickier races on the card, and I could make a case for quite a few of them. There has been support, and quite a bit of support for number 1 Bonanza in the market. This one was opening up at around 16-1 and now around the 7-1 mark. So Grant van Niekerk on board, pole position. He's going to absolutely love having a bit of firmness in the ground, and he can scoot along him, Joe.
Yeah, Grant, his form last 2 starts maybe put a line through, but before that, second to Night Tiger, third to Seeking Peace, some good form. He looked quite nice going down. For me, you said it's a tricky race. I think I'm purely going on what I saw in the parade ring, and for me, it's a 2-horse race. Bullet and Final Move. But let's get back to Bonanza. I think he's got a chance in his previous form.
Okay, so Bonanza for me, definitely inclusion in the quartet. Vicky, do you agree?
I do agree. I think even though through the winter, I kept saying to Paul, I think your yards, you know, they need a bit of sting out the ground. But again, I don't think anyone was expecting the winter we've had. So a little bit of firmed up track. I think Bonanza, the fact that he's prominent, the 1,000 metres, he's won over the distance. He's also performed very well at the course. So be it that he has been going over a little bit further, he's no slouch over the trip. And I know his form's a little bit patchy here and there, but if you ignore the last 2 starts, he was coming back to form and ran 2 solid places. So I think if you focus on that type of form, he's most certainly a competitor.
Course and distance, 3 runs for a win and a second. So there's something that he's certainly going to be a horse to be throwing into the play. Charlie Malone, this might be a touch on the sharp side for him, although he did show his well-being last time out, and he was right up there, and he was in the vanguard. He was showing good pace, blinkers fitted, that seemed to do the trick. Can you follow up and run another good race, Vicky?
I think he can. I really do think he can. He's come down in the ratings quite a bit. I know that he's not always an easy horse to sort of pinpoint, but the blinkers most certainly sharpened him up last time. Yes, it's now down in trip, but if he jumps on it, and I think if Gareth adopts the similar type of tactics, he could repeat that last effort.
Number 4, Bullet. Let's go to Lucinda Woodruff's runner with Bernard Fate Herb in the saddle. Ran an absolute cracker last time out. Found Winter Pearl a little bit too strong on that occasion. Drops back to the 1,000. MJ, I know you said it. You'd liked him in the ring. You've been pretty much singing the Bullet hymn sheet since you got here today. He's a runner that you obviously give a lot of big chance to.
Grant, purely on, I think they took the blinkers off. Bernard rode him in the 5 and they dropped him in. He didn't run a bad race, and then last time the 1200, I heard Bernard when he got off, he said to Lucinda, we need to put the blinkers or headgear back on him. So they've opted not for the blinkers, but put the cheek pieces on. And he looked very good last time. He ran accordingly, ran a very good race. I think today Bernard's going to change tactics, and as you saw last meeting, when he's on form, he's hard to beat. So I think he might change tactics today, draw 4 with the headgear on, a big runner.
Yeah, that was Power Grid going down, not Bullet, in case you're wondering where the headgear is. We were talking about Bullet. Power Grid was the one you just seen going down, and he's 10 now, Vicky. He's a game campaigner, that's for sure, having his 67th start today.
It's so interesting. Elizabeth Stan actually shared an old photo of Power Grid and Andries having a standoff about a winter blanket, and it seems like they've, through their careers or through Power Grid's careers, they've been testing each other, and he's incredible. For a horse that at one stage they didn't think could even run, to a horse that's now 10 and racing, it's unbelievable how Andries has nursed him through, just all sorts of issues that he might have. But here he is running. He hasn't been to the course for 196 days, but I think generally an athletic type of horse, even at his age, sometimes they let down a little bit and a little bit more burly, but he isn't. Tongue tie on as per usual, loves the course, the distance, and it's one of those horses that you need to just sneak in just because he can pull it off.
6 King Mo, Vaughan Marshall, Jabu Jacobs. MJ, this all started his racing career off pretty well. He ran 2 lengths behind Michael Faraday, then he was 4 lengths behind Le Mans, and then he was a nice winner beating Max Arthur, who had quite a bit of a reputation at that stage. He lost his way, but on his best form, he must have a bit of a squeak.
Yeah, Grant, he's been golden, and I must say, he caught a little bit of the eye cantering down. He looked nice cantering down, so if he gathers his early form, he's got to have a squeak in this race, definitely.
Persistence, Mike Stewart, Keenan Stein, plus 1.5, so 52.5 this horse is going to shoulder. He's been struggling to get his second career victory, Vicky, but this is the track and the trip that probably will ever see him get a second win, will be it over here.
Yeah, indeed. I think it's just that jump and luck loop, which means go forward. My
The
Google
country course, I think everyone knows, yeah.
it's for the international viewers,
Okay.
MJ. But persistence, yeah, I think if he just adopts, gets a bit of luck from the draw and the inside horses don't chase too much up front, he could do it. Just needs to sustain that finish, though. We saw with Rod the Mod, just sort of get to that nice idling point up the straight so you can still hold off the competition. But just the last bit of his races is a little bit of concern when he peters out somewhat.
Well, Robert Barrett's going to be having a couple of shekels in him, I'm sure. He was very bullish on Rod the Mod. He got some cash off us at golf on Sunday, so he's in a very happy space, Robert Barrett. And hopefully that doesn't last too long with him. Jury Duty, I thought could go down to post a little bit better. I've seen her go down to post a little bit better than what she did today. But she's as game as they come. She's consistent as they come. And she'll give a really good account of herself. But let's hand up to Alistair Cohen. And I just want to say one thing to you, Ali. Welcome back to Durbanville. And 5-1 Newcastle versus Aston Villa. You must have enjoyed that.
Thanks, Grant. No, I didn't. But well done. Newcastle absolutely wiped the floor of the mighty Villa, but we'll see at Villa Park in a few months' time. 3 runners left to load. Up comes Jury Duty. Now Bonanza. He's in. Charlie Malone, the last one. There's 1,000 meters to race. They set. And they sprinting away. And they got away to a nice start. Wiley, Jack and Bullet both got out on parity. Then Wordsworth in the black and white colours seeking a good spot. Bonanza just off the pace. Persistence pushes forward. They followed further back in running by Charlie Malone. The red and white colours. Power Grid against the rail. King Mo. Then comes Jury Duty trapped out deep from the deepest draw. And final move races at the end of the field. And they straighten up with 600 metres left to run. Wiley, Jack far side. Bullets in the middle. Wordsworth black and white nearest us. A line of 3. Then comes Charlie Malone. Bonanza towards the far side in the pink cap. They followed by Persistence. Jury Duty towards the outside. Starts to unwind toward the final 200 metres. And Jury Duty from near last has gone to join the leaders with Wiley, Jack and Bonanza up the far side running a race as well. Bullets is next. Jury Duty, Bonanza. Jury Duty pulls up more. Jury Duty has beaten Bonanza. Third goes the way of Wiley, Jack, and then came Charlie Malone. Richard Ferree on board for Adam Marcus and the colours of Adam as well. This daughter of Grayson, of course leased by Aventure Farm, is now a 6-time winner. Her earnings go past 400,000 Rand. The season gone by, and obviously the start of this season, she has just become a focused and refined and successful mare now. Second goes to number 1, Bonanza. Ran his race, just got collared right at the end. Third goes to number 3, Wiley Jack. And fourth, number 2, Charlie Malone. It went well through the race, ended up in fourth, just ahead of Bullet. Then came Final Move, Persistence, King Mo, Wordsworth, and Power Grid. So the winners towards the extreme left-hand side. Hard to make up ground at Hollywood Bets Durbanville in these conditions, but Jury Duty's done that, and from the worst of the draws, so she's dispelled quite a few theories out there. One of the first to have done it during this start of the season campaign that we have for 3 months at Hollywood Bets Durbanville. Jury Duty powers to victory over Bonanza. Wiley Jack ends up third. Then came number 2, Charlie Malone, who crossed the line in fourth. Numbers up 10, 1, 3 and 2. Winner's time 57.6. Number 10, Jury Duty, a 6-year-old mare by Grayson. on a Paradise Beach by Dane Hill Dancer, bred by the Aventure Farm. Adam Marcus, the winning owner and trainer of Jury Duty, who he's got to win his 6th career start. And Richard Faree has ridden Jury Duty in a way that not many have been riding winners at Hollywood Bets Durbanville over the past couple of weeks. And Jury Duty delivers in race number 4.
Winner of race 4, it's the Cape Turf Club Syndicate's Cape C Stakes, and it was over the 1,000 metres once again. Blitz fast number 10, Jury Duty. She was the winner. Well done to Eric. He receives his 1,000 Rand from Hollywood Bets. Thank you to them and Cape Racing. Jockey aboard was Richard Faree. Richard, well done.
Thank you, Vicky.
Different tactics. We haven't quite seen this as yet at the country course, but she rounded a race off so beautifully.
Yeah, look, speed was on. Very simple instructions, just right as I find her, and we hope for a little bit of luck. But she came out well. Just didn't have that early toe like the rest of the boys, and luckily for me, 3 wide with cover. But yeah, I must say well done to Adam. Last time I rode this filly a couple months ago, she was a bit well-rounded, and she needed the run badly, and I didn't get quite the feel. And I've seen her run her races many a times where she's winning, and you almost got to sit and wait for as long as you can, and try and collar them at the last 100. And through the 300, I was moving past the leading horses, and I thought a little bit early, but she was fit and well. She kicked on hard, and she won a game race, and she deserves it. So well done to Adam, to Mr. Marcus. See the colours. Yeah, it's been a long time since I've had a winner in these ones, but well done anyway. And then obviously to my sponsors at Winning Form. Thank you.
Well done, Richard. Nice double.
Thank you.
Next up, Adam Marcus, and I know that it's one of those things that trainers like to do is get them to go off to stud on a winning note, so well done.
Thanks so much. I must say she's been a very, very special filly. Just a big thanks to everyone at Aventure and to Pips for allowing me to lease her. She went very unsound early on, but she did show good ability. So I said to Pips, I'll give her a go. We just gave her the time. Robbie Miller did an incredible job with her hind feet, and also Barb's has done a phenomenal job. So we've worked together as a team to get her sound, and it's just 6 wins down the line. It's just been incredible. So very proud of her. She's not a big filly, but she's all heart, and hopefully she can reproduce that at stud.
And I think, Adam, the other thing is to get horses to win this much, you've got to place them well. So I think not only have you nursed her to soundness, etc., and gotten the best out of her, but placed her well.
Yeah, I think the key to notching up so many wins has been running against the boys with the 3 kilos sex allowance. So the handicappers can't really get hold of you. Apparently the fillies allowance is in their ratings, so getting another 3 kilos on top of that is always a benefit. So she's been creeping up very gradually, and as you say, it's all about placement and finding the right races. But just to Rich, very good ride, brings back a lot of old memories having Rich ride for us, and just a big thanks to him.
Well done to you, Adam.
Thanks, and last but not least to Interbet, very well done.
Well done.
Thank you.
That's Adam's sponsors. Well done to him. Well placed, number 10, Jury Duty, the daughter of Grayson. Well done to Avonshire Thoroughbred Farm for breeding. And Jury Duty will be on her way back for her stud duties shortly. But it's been a pleasure watching her, and especially rounding off her career with a win, well, her racing career, be it. And well done to all the connections. Number 10, Jury Duty, your winner.
There's 1,000 meters to race. They set. And they sprinting away. And they got away to a nice start. Wiley, Jack and Bullet both got out on parity. Then Wordsworth in the black and white colours seeking a good spot. Bonanza just off the pace. Persistence pushes forward. They followed further back in running by Charlie Malone. The red and white colours. Power Grid against the rail. King Mo. Then comes Jury Duty trapped out deep from the deepest draw. And final move races at the end of the field. And they straighten up with 600 metres left to run. Wiley, Jack far side. Bullet in the middle. Wordsworth black and white nearest us. A line of 3. Then comes Charlie Malone, Bonanza towards the far side in the pink cap. They followed by Persistence. Jury Duty towards the outside. Starts to unwind towards the final 200 metres, and Jury Duty from near last has gone to join the leaders with Wiley, Jack and Bonanza up the far side running a race as well. Bullets is next. Jury Duty, Bonanza. Jury Duty pulls up more. Jury Duty has beaten Bonanza. Third goes the way of Wiley, Jack, and then came Charlie Malone. Richard Ferry on board for Adam Marcus, and the colours of Adam as well. This daughter of Grayson, of course, leased by Avonshire Farm, is now a 6-time winner. Her earnings go past 400,000 rand. The season gone by, and obviously the start of this season, she has just become a focused and refined and successful mare now. Second goes to number 1, Bonanza. Ran his race, just got collared right at the end. Third goes the way number 3, Wiley Jack. And fourth, number 2, Charlie Malone. He went well through the race, ended up in fourth, just ahead of Bullet. Then came final move, Persistence, King Mo, Wordsworth, and Power Grid. So the winners towards the extreme left-hand side. Hard to make up ground at Hollywood Bets Durbanville in these conditions, but Jury Duty's done that, and from the worst of the draws, so she's dispelled quite a few theories out there. One of the first to have done it during this start of the season campaign that we have for 3 months at Hollywood Bets Durbanville. Jury Duty powers to victory over Bonanza. Wiley Jack ends up third. Then came number 2, Charlie Malone, who crossed the line in fourth.
Cape Racing Sales, Cape Sea Stakes, Hollywood Bets, Durbanville. I've got Louis Mkoto come and join me. Louis running Lady Lookalike. Now, I've got a question for you. You've ridden Catalea. She's obviously moved stables and won on her last time. Can you compare the two fillies?
You can't really compare the two fillies, you know. But Catalea's done nothing wrong, obviously. I think she just shot up in her ratings a bit too quick for at their age. But this filly, you know, Lady Lookalike, she's a filly that's always shown a bit of ability. You know, first time out she got lost, and second time out it was a very impressive winning it. It was soft going still on that day. She pulled away quite impressively, and Grant was quite impressed with her. He said to me, he thinks she'll win some races. So it was a good win. So I really can't compare the fillies.
If you had to pick, what would you ride?
I'll definitely pick the younger horse. You know, obviously it's always a big plus when they win quite early in their career. So I'll definitely be picking the one I'm on now.
Cool. Thanks very much, Louis. Some interesting information from Louis Mkotwa. Grant's getting ready to do a preview of race 5.
Right, race number 5 is up next. This is the Cape Racing Sales Cape Sea Stakes. It is for fillies and mares. It's over 1,250 metres, and runners are in the ring. We'll go to number 1, which is Kennedy. Kennedy is Andre Null's runner. Anthony Andrews jumps on board, and tongue tie has been fitted. Fair form, hasn't been running too badly, and last run wasn't bad, and has beaten Captain Casanova, wasn't far off. I think there's going to be an improved performance today, especially from that draw of 1, and maybe a quartet chance. 2 Black Bath, Peter Wrench, Craig Bantam, they team up. Cracking run behind Air of Royalty. That was on the 3rd of May. Last time out wasn't disgraced either. Bit of value to be had yet. Could be a little bit of a lurker. 3 Catalea, 1 last time out for Brett Crawford, and was sold on the online sale, and now races for the new owners in their colours this time round. Richard Free jumps on board for Greg Enyon. Richard's already had 2 winners today. Greg Enyon will be optimistic that this filly will again give of her best. 4 Little Miss Pink, Vaughan Marshall, Bernard Fade Herb, they team up. Needs to improve on current form, but certainly has the credentials to be able to improve. 5 is Easy Money. The Pitbutt, Keenan Stein, they teaming up together. Nice winner of its penultimate, beating Tough Terrain. And then last time out, not bad behind Bouquet Tavas as well. I think certainly comes into the race with the each-way shot. 6 Lady Lookalike, a little bit of an unknown quantity here. First run out wasn't bad. That was behind Oni Sun. And then last time out was a very easy start to finish winner, beating Rainbow Lorikeet. I think there could be a bit more to come from this filly, and certainly deserves the utmost respect. 7 Defender of Rights, Aussie Noach, 4 Shane Humby. Again, hasn't been running too far off them. Will have an outside place chance at best. Moving on to number 8 on board, Andre Nell Cornet Author. Start to finish winner last time out. That was at Kenilworth in the heavy ground. He gets a lot different type of conditions today, and the similar tactics could actually see her being quite competitive. 9 Unconquerable Lady. The draw's not going to be to her advantage. The daughter of Denon Platina, Craig Zaki, jumps on board. And she's got some nice form as well, so I wouldn't at all be surprised to see the grey daughter of Denon Platina come through and score. Number 6 is leaving. In fact, just number 5 that's going down to post a little bit earlier. Easy Money from the Pitbutt Yard. That one making its way down to the 1,250 metre start. And then the 10 Creme Brulee, Paul Reeves, Grant Finneykirk. Last 2 runs all wrong. Better than that, definitely better than that. And if it decides to bring its A game, it could certainly have a bit of an upset chance as well. So those are the runners. It's not going to be too long now. The jocks will be mounting up. They'll be making their way down to the 1,250 metre start. And Alistair Cohen is standing by to call them to post.
Thanks, Grant. The bell has sounded. The early runner down to the start, number 5, Easy Money, and Keenan Stay. 200 metres mark. The rest of the riders will mount in just a moment for the running of race 5, start of jackpot number 2 at Hollywood Bets Durbanville on this beautiful Tuesday. Here's look at number 1, Kennedy, ridden by Anthony Andrews. 2, Black Path and Craig Bantam, with number 3, Catalea, ridden by Richard Furry. Number 4, Little Miss Pink, ridden by Bernard Fade Herb. 6, Lady Lookalike and Louis Otwa. Next up, number 7, Defender of Rights and Oswald Noach. 8, On Board, Corne Orfa, wears a white cap. Passing by, number 1, Kennedy. Of course, number 5, Easy Money, already on the way down to the start. Has taken the bend and is currently down the side of the track. Number 2 is Black Path. Number 3, Catalea. Followed down by number 6, Lady Lookalike. Four is Little Miss Pink. Number 9, Unconquerable Lady, ridden by Craig Zaki, they're in shot now. Passing by number 7, Defender of Rights. There's 10, Creme Brulee, ridden by Grant Fanica. There's number 8, On Board, heads to post. 9, Unconquerable Lady. And number 10, Creme Brulee. Only 7 minutes to go until the running of race number 5, Cape Racing Sales Cape C Stakes for fillies and mares over 1,250 metres. Favourite is number 9, Unconquerable Lady at 3 rand a win, 140 a place, closely matched by number 3, Catalea, 3 rand 10, 1 rand a place. 6, Lady Lookalike, 730, 220, 5, Easy Money on offer, 780 a win, 220 a place. And number 4, Little Miss Pink, 990 a win and 3 rand 80 a top 3. That's how they stand with 6 minutes to go until race number 5.
Moving on to race 5, with me is Pete Werter, who saddled Easy Money. And Pete went down a little bit early. I know she's a filly that likes a particular type of ride. Do you think she'll get it here?
I hope so. Looking at the race, I think there's a bit of pace in the race, and that, so it does seem, and the pace is on the outside, obviously, which helps. If the pace was on the inside, it might not have helped so much, but yeah, I think it's going to work out. We can only hope for the best.
Into race 6, you've got Treasure Hunt. She's been nice and consistent.
Yeah, I think she's getting a little bit old now, and she hasn't quite been running her best races. But in saying that, I just feel like her temperament and that at home has just been a lot better in the last 2 weeks, and I feel like we could possibly see a return to form today. I'm obviously very hopeful because she's been getting to races and just not really quite putting it in like she used to. Normal for fillies when they start reaching the end of their career. But what I see at home, I'm expecting a much improved run today. So I'm very hopeful for her.
Race 7, Alfred's Girl. She's got the lightweight on her back.
Yeah, she's having her last run today. She's another one that just doesn't really want to put it in anymore. When the minute she's challenged, she just gives it up. She's very well. She's put up some fantastic work at home, and I've just got to hope that with that weight, she can maybe not get challenged too early, and hopefully she can run a good race. But today is definitely her last race. She's off to stud from today.
Pete, thank you for your comments. All the best.
Thank you very much.
That's Pete Werter taking us through his runners, and as you mentioned, Easy Money likes horses on her outside, which she will indeed get here, so hopefully she can run accordingly.
Not Raja.
Right, well, race number 5, Cape Racing Sales, Cape Sea Stakes. Runners making their way down to the start. In fact, they're just about at the start already. The race is due off in about 4 minutes from now. And Vicky's ordered her chips, and they've certainly arrived. Right, let's go into Lady Lookalike. Now, this is Brett Crawford's runner, the 3-year-old daughter of Var. She's out of an Overlord mare, and she looks like she is quite progressive. She's only had the 2 starts, showed nice improvement from first to second start, and she was actually a very easy winner of that second start, MJ. There could be quite a bit more to come.
Grant, lovely filly, eh? When she walked in the parade ring, she like, wow, really looked nice. She's quite solid and type of filly that'll enjoy this Durbanville 1200. Yeah, she won not a convincing race. There are obviously all the horses in here that will give her a good run for the money, but filly that she's clipped in it, so it does make a big difference. But she's got a bit of substance to her, and she's a nice filly. She moved down beautifully. It's probably a filly to watch to see where she ends up in the season, but could be competitive.
Nice to see Lon Shell here as well to support her. And Brett will have a little bit of an idea here, Vicky, as well, because obviously he trained Catalea as well, who was a winner of her last start. So he'll roughly know between the two of them who he might think is better, and he's taking his chances here.
He is indeed, and MJ asked Louis that type of question. He seemed to, I wouldn't say evaded, but he sort of danced around the question a bit, But Lady Lookalike, I think his focus on the comment, which was very important, is that she won in heavy going last time. Track has firmed up. I don't think that's the issue. I don't think she needs the heavy going. I think it was just that she'd come on so much from her first run, and yeah, she looked lovely in the parade ring. I agree with MJ. You are right in saying that, Grant, that Brett's got a line between the two fillies.
There are a couple of other runners that come into the race with serious form. Catalea, obviously, we said, winner of her last start. But Unconquerable Lady hasn't done too much wrong either. She was a winner 3 starts back, beating Musical Arts. She then came out last time out, and that was a really decent effort as well. So I think there's going to be a lot more to come from her too.
Yeah, she ran an absolute, I mean, she won a cracker race to Kamikaze. The run to October Morn, beaten 10 lengths is probably not the best, say, form, but that race was in a sticky ground, and yeah. Nice filly. If I had to pick between her and the 6 in the parade ring, I thought the 6 was just a little bit more stocky. This Unconquerable Lady looks like a filly that could end up going a little bit of extra ground. She's got a tall filly, nice filly. She'll definitely be finishing the race off very well, and a bit of a bad draw to contend with. But she's cracking last run, and she will be competitive.
Let's talk about pedigrees. You mentioned the stock here looking 6, Lady Lookalike. She's by Var. She's out of an Overlord mare. There's a lot of speed there, Vicky.
There is indeed, and I think even with just comparing the two fillies, number 9 Unconquerable Lady, I think yet she's sort of a leggy, rangy type of filly, quite typical of the Danons in that they so beautifully put together, and I think that she runs her best races having pace. So I think at this stage of her career she can still get away with the 1250, as she proved last time, and even when she won beating Musical Arts.
Right, they're loading up for race number 5. It is the Cape Racing Sales Cape Sea Stakes. Up to Alistair.
Thanks, guys. Here we go. Easy money on board. Unconquerable Lady. Next one will be Defender of Rights. Taken hold of Catalea. Half the field in. Kennedy's doing a few donuts behind the stalls. Up comes Black Path, along with Kennedy, who just gets sight of the stalls and runs away. Lady Lookalike will jump the queue. In she comes, here's Kennedy again. Surely the next option's got to be tried. Well, I think Anthony Andrews has taken it upon himself to head towards the stalls without a horse and see if that makes any difference. Well, you live and learn. Kennedy loads. And that's how they'll load him going forward, I'm sure. Little Miss Pink and Creme Brulee. All in. Racing. Racing to a neat start. Catalea first one to break pressure on in the early stages as Kennedy got a clean break and Lady Lookalike also gets handy on board. The white outside pursues a good spot. Then comes Easy Money in the blue and white. Just over length away to Black Path, taking a bit of a hold. Creme Brulee at the outside of Little Miss Pink. Then 2 lengths away, Defender of Rights and Unconquerable Lady. They switched off, but they're racing no more than 7 lengths off the leader past the 800, and Catalea's in front by a little less than a length over Lady Lookalike. Then comes On Board deep as they enter the home straight with Kennedy against the inside. Easy Money next best with Creme Brulee in the pink and yellow just behind midfield. Black Path, then comes Little Miss Pink, Unconquerable Lady, and finally Defender of Rights, and they're homeward bound with 500 metres left to run. Catalea inside, Lady Lookalike quick to build, then comes Kennedy, Black Path far side rail. On Board in between horses is Easy Money. Unconquerable Lady 2 off the inside is also thrusting, getting into the race from near last. Unconquerable Lady looks the live wire with 200 metres left to run. Lady Lookalike, Easy Money, they come to match. Further back, Little Miss Pink, Lady Lookalike in front. Little Miss Pink, Easy Money, and Creme Brulee. It's close. Very, very close indeed. 4-way go. Creme Brulee, Little Miss Pink, Lady Lookalike, and Easy Money. Which way will this go? That's desperately close. Creme Brulee hard up on the outside. Little Miss Pink in the green. Lady Lookalike black and white. Easy Money blue and white. And Conquerable Lady moved up a danger and go on with it. Kennedy not beaten far. Handicap is pleased, but which way will it go? It will go to Creme Brulee over Lady Lookalike. Third is tight because I can't see the nose of Easy Money up the inside with Little Miss Pink in the green. Unconquerable Lady, what's that beaten? Half a length into 5th. Then came Kennedy. On Board, Black Path. They were ahead of Defender of Rights. And Catalea emptied out tamely. So I think the winner's on the extreme left-hand side. I think Creme Brulee is going to pick up victory in race number 5 under Grant van Niekerk. This for Paul Reeves. And the daughter of Soft Falling Rain, bred by Wilkebos Drifter Maritz Fontaine. The colours of Andy Elton. Been a good day for Andy Elton and Paul Reeves. I think Creme Brulee is going to sneak in, tiptoes towards the outside, and sneaks up to probably pick up victory for number 6, Lady Lookalike in the black and white. The judge next door still having a good look at the photos, so I'll keep you up for another few moments and see if I can get any numbers from the judges and try and split them for minor positions. To my eye in that slow motion, looked like number 10, Creme Brulee, has picked up the victory, but still no numbers declared just yet. It's very tight for the top 4. Numbers 10, 5, 6 and 4. 10, 5, 6 and 4 the results of race number 5. Number 10, Creme Brulee at any price wins race 5. The 4-year-old filly by Soft Falling Rain out of Sugar Pie by Kildonan. Bred by Volkerbos Drifter Maritz Fintine. Well done to Andy Elton, the winning owner, not for the first time today. Paul Reeves is the winning trainer and Grant Finikak is the winning rider. Just to confirm those numbers, 10, 5, 6 and 4.
Race 5, it's the Cape Racing Sales Cape C Stakes. It was over the 1250, and the winner, by certain, it was number 10, Creme Brulee, the daughter of Soft Falling Rain from the Paul Reeves yard. Grant Finikak was aboard, but before I speak to him, well done to Melikaya Baloy. He receives his 1,000 rand thanks to Hollywood Bets and also Cape Racing. Grant, well done.
Thank you, Vicky.
Well, we admired your confidence going into the winner's box, but it was 5 horses across the line. Were you confident?
No, not at all. I thought actually those on the inside got it. I was very much unsure until I saw Mr. and Mrs. Reeve jumping around. So I'm like, oh, yes. But, you know, this filly obviously has excuses. You know, the wet gang and, you know, she's not the biggest of fillies. So if you take that into consideration, she had, prior to that, she had good form, you know. And, you know, well done to my agent. He got one right after, I think it's in half of the month already. To Kurt Felix, well done. This one's for you.
He might say the same about you, Grant.
Yeah, getting my form back. Obviously, to Mr. and Mrs. Reeves, I had 2 rides with him today, and just glad they, you know, allowed me to ride. I think Devin Ashby, I'm not sure where he is. I think he started his suspension, but he had injustice there. I think he should never be suspended. So I hope he fights his case. He should be riding. Thank you.
There you go. Grant's having his say. And with regards to Paul Reeves, a very good and successful day for them thus far. Paul, come across and have a chat to me. Well done.
Thank you so much.
Well, you said you can't go wrong with Richard and Grant on, and your horses have 2 wins in a second?
Yeah, 2 winners in 2 seconds. No, absolute brilliant ride from Grant there. You know, she's got those excuses. She's had problems. You know, we sent her to the farm for a big break. Her first 2 runs back were in the mud, and she just didn't handle it at all. Both jockeys never even let her head go, so she just felt so gangly that she was going to fall in our face. So she gallops with her head down quite low as well, so it wasn't ideal. Yeah, we just persevered with her fitness level because she come from a long break, like I say, and she's a big burly girl. Yeah, a great ride. A little bit unexpected. I thought if she should run a nice race for Grant, but I didn't think she would win.
Well, I think it's just nice, like I said earlier, nice that your yard has turned.
Yeah, you know, we've had a really tough season, Vicky. You know, we moved around a few times, obviously, and all for the best, of course. You know, the stables are looking magnificent. Yeah, we had a few viruses and non-stop. Just a really tough season. You know, we've got a lot of unraced 3-year-olds. So I'm just going to say watch this space. We've got a lot of unraced 3-year-olds now, and really nicely bred horses, nice horses from good families, and we can see there's a little bit of hope there. So onwards and upwards, and yeah, just grateful for the rides today and for the owner support and.
Well done.
Thank you so much.
And then, Charmaine, you can come across and have a chat to us too. Well done.
Thank you very much. I just really want to dedicate this to our late Gail Wilpert out there. This was her filly. She bred her. She lost the mare. So our condolences to the family and everybody. And yeah, my heart is with everybody.
Oh, thank you very much. That's Charmaine Reeves just coming across and having a chat. To mention, Creme Brulee is bred by Volker-Wurstdrift and Maritzfontein. Well into the Paul Reeves yard. Great day for them, and I'm sure they'll be enjoying the celebrations. And like Paul said, watch this space. Wonderful when your luck turns, and as indeed it has. So well done, number 10, Creme Brulee. Your winner here, the daughter of soft falling rain, really looked superb and came home exactly that same way.
All in. Racing. Racing to a neat start. Catalea first one to break pressure on in the early stages as Kennedy got a clean break and Lady Lookalike also gets handy on board. The white outside pursues a good spot. Then comes Easy Money in the blue and white just over length away to Black Path, taking a bit of a hold. Creme Brulee at the outside of Little Miss Pink. Then 2 lengths away, Defender of Rights and Unconquerable Lady. They switched off, but they're racing no more than 7 lengths off the leader past the 800, and Catalea is in front by a little less than a length over Lady Lookalike. Then comes On Board Deep as they enter the home straight with Kennedy against the inside. Easy Money next best with Creme Brulee in the pink and yellow just behind midfield. Black Path, then comes Little Miss Pink, Unconquerable Lady, and finally Defender of Rights, and they're homeward bound with 500 metres left to run. Catalea inside, Lady Lookalike quick to build, then comes Kennedy, Black Path far side rail. On Board in between horses is Easy Money. Unconquerable Lady 2 off the inside is also thrust and getting into the race from near last. Unconquerable Lady looks the live wire with 200 metres left to run. Lady Lookalike, Easy Money, they come to match. Further back, Little Miss Pink, Lady Lookalike in front. Little Miss Pink, Easy Money, and Creme Brulee. It's close. Very, very close indeed. 4-way go. Creme Brulee, Little Miss Pink, Lady Lookalike, and Easy Money. Which way will this go? That's desperately close. Creme Brulee hard up on the outside. Little Miss Pink in the green. Lady Lookalike black and white. Easy Money blue and white. And Conquerable Lady moved up a danger, didn't go on with it. Kennedy not beaten. Far handicap is pleased, but which way will it go? It will go to Creme Brulee over Lady Lookalike. Third is tight because I can't see the nose of Easy Money up the inside with Little Miss Pink in the green. Unconquerable Lady, what's that beaten? Half a length into 5th. Then came Kennedy, On Board, Black Path. They were ahead of Defender of Rights. And Catalea emptied out tamely. So I think the winner's on the extreme left-hand side. I think Creme Brulee is going to pick up victory in race number 5 under Grant Vanikak. This for Paul Reeves. And the daughter of Soft Falling Rain, bred by Volker-Wurstdrift and Maritzfontein. The colours of Andy Elton. Been a good day for Andy Elton and Paul Reeves. I think Creme Brulee is going to sneak in tiptoes towards the outside and sneaks up to probably pick up victory for number 6, Lady Lookalike in the black and white. The judge next door still having a good look at the photos, so I'll keep you up for another few moments and see if I can get any numbers from the judges and try and split them from minor positions. To my eye in that slow motion, looked like number 10, Creme Brulee, has picked up the victory, but still no numbers declared just yet. It's very tight.
We're on to race number 6, the play.tabonline.co.za. Cape B Stakes, 4 fillies and mares, 1,600 metres the trip. And there's number 2 in the ring, Supreme Dream. She's a 4-year-old daughter of Master of My Fate. She's out of a Western Wintermere. She was bred by Luke Bells and racing in his colours still, and Craig Zaki jumps on board. She's got some solid form. Her last run wasn't her true form, but she didn't really like the heavy ground. You can see her 2 runs in the wet. Well, she hasn't really featured at all. So she's going to be much happier with this type of going. And I do expect her to bounce back, and I think she's going to give a really good account of herself. We move on to number 3, Royal Invitation. Please in picture now. Royal Invitations from the Candice Robinson yard. This one racing for Mario Ferreira. Mornay Vinard jumps on board. Her penultimate run, she ran behind Supreme Dream. And on that occasion, there was just 1 kilogram in it. And this time round, well, they level weights again. So you've got to think, once again, that Supreme Dream will finish in front of Royal Invitation. 4 is Veronica Mars. This is a 6-year-old now. She's a daughter of Legislate. She's out of a Captain Almere. Grant Finicco jumps on board. She's got some fair form. She was a decent 4th behind Future Girl. That was in the heavy ground. And then her next start also in the heavy ground. That wasn't bad at all. Her wet form, she seems to actually quite enjoy. So she's run this course in distance once, and she hasn't featured over in North. So I think there might be others that are preferred for me. 5, Fleeting. Now here's a runner that you can make a bit of a case for. Her course and distance form line is 4 from 2. So she's had 4 starts. She's won 2 of them, and she's run 2nd and a 4th. So she's been there or thereabouts every time she's come to Durbanville over this trip. Richard Ferree, a very exciting jockey booking for this filly, and she's certainly a lurker at generous odds. I'd make her a really good each-way prospect. 6, My Flower Fate, 4-year-old daughter of Master of My Fate, corner offer for Lucinda Woodruff. Here's a runner that I think could have plenty of improvement still to come. I wouldn't be leaving her out of the play. I think she's a massive runner here. 7, Treasure Hunt, Pet Buerta's runner. Kenan Steyn jumps on board. Again, that last run didn't really seem to like the ground and has got quite a lot to make up with My Flower Fate on that run. So let's see how she fares. She should probably enjoy a firmer surface today. 8, Philosophize, Candice Robinson, Gareth Wright. Now, Gareth was quite optimistic that this filly's going to run a decent race today. She comes into the race with a handy galloping weight of 54. Don't leave her out, because there certainly was confidence coming from the rider. And then the 9, Island Treasure, Anthony Andrews, +1/2. Make a note, there's another +1/2 for Anthony Andrews. So this filly will be carrying 52.5, the Lucinda Woodruff runner. And on that, she wasn't far behind her stable companion, My Flower Fate, and there could well be a bit more to come. MJ Belleveld's in the ring. It looks like he's got Richard Ferree standing by, who's riding Fleeting. This could be a very nice each-way prospect.
Richard's come and join me, and he's had a good day. Richie, I'm just looking at the fillies in the ring. What would you think, or what would you pick, just looks-wise?
On looks, I pick my own horse.
I also thought she looked well. Richie, you're riding Fleeting, just on looks and form, she must have a decent chance here.
Yeah, look, form is good. You saw the time flies lines there, and happy horse, nice galloping sort of weight, and obviously 1 or 2 that we need to be cautioned about, and we'll give our best.
Richard, 8 walking past here, Philosophers on the toes.
Yeah, looks good. Not so much pudding. Looks fit and ready to go.
Doesn't look like me, more like you. Thanks, Richard. It's Richard for giving us a bit of an opinion about his filly Fleeting, and filly that's on the toes, Philosophers. Looks very good here, Grant.
One runner we didn't pick up was number 1, Lady Silvano, in the ring now. And this is Brett Crawford's 4-year-old daughter of Bold Silvano. Was a nice winner last time out. She's a 3-time winner from just 10 starts, and course and distance she hasn't yet tried. Let's see how she fares. She does have the benefit of pole position. So those are the runners. I've got to say, MJ, I don't know whether you managed to have a good look at My Flower Fate, Lucinda Woodruff's runner. She's a nice, tall, scopy filly. I think there could be quite a lot to come from this filly still.
Quite a lanky filly, and just looking at she's won a 1200 year at Durbanville. Was quite impressive. She's obviously going the mile now, but yeah, very nice filly. Have a look at them going down. Some fillies are looking very good here.
All right, they are about to leave the parade ring. They'll be making their way down to the 1,600-metre start, and Alistair standing by to call them to post.
Here they come for race number 6. Number 1 is Lady Silvano, ridden by Livim Otwa. 2, Supreme Dream and Craig Zaki. Number 3, Royal Invitation, ridden by Mornay Vinal. 4, Veronica Mars, Grant Van Niekerk. Run away from the lead horse, so not too sure which order they're going to go. Veronica Mars getting a hitch from the lead horse on the way down to the start. Some form. Is 8, Philosophize, ridden by Gareth Wright. 9, Island Treasure, Anthony Andrews with Club Blue. Passing by, number 2, Supreme Dream. 1, Lady Silvano. 3, Royal Invitation. A look at number 6, My Flower Fate, ridden by Corne Orfo. 5 is Fleeting, ridden by Richard Faree. Number 7 will be up next. That's Treasure Hunt, ridden by Keenan Stain. 8 is Philosophize. Going for a long, lengthy warm-up is number 9, Island Treasure. I don't suppose she'll go to the 1600, the longest possible route round. She's gone to the 200 and now she's on her way back. Here's number 9, Island Treasures. Favourite is number 6, My Flower Fate at 3 Rand 10, 2 Rand 10. Number 1, Lady Silvano, 5.20, 1 Rand. 4, Veronica Mars, 5 Rand 90 and 1 Rand 90 a place. Number 9, Island Treasure, 5.40, 2.60. Number 5, Fleeting, 6 Rand 10, 1 Rand 90 a place. There's 6 minutes to go until, rather 7 minutes to go until the running of race number 6. All the exotics are underway. This is the final leg of today's bipod.
Race 6, lovely string of runners from Brett Crawford here. Brett, you've got the 3 fillies. We'll start off with Richard aboard Fleeting.
Yeah, look, she's in good form. You know, she's an honest filly. She's probably the fitter of the 3. And I'm sure Richard will get the best out of her. So I'm expecting a good game effort from her.
Lady Silvano, thankfully, Louis' job's a bit easier being drawn 1.
Yeah, obviously, you know, she hasn't run for quite a while. She looks very well. I thought her last one was very gutsy, and I'm sure she'll suit the course. So I think she got a lot in her favour today.
A filly that I always like, she always has her ears pricked in an honest way, number 2, Supreme Dream.
Yeah, obviously last time was a big step up in class, and you know she was badly hurt at the weights there, so I think you can draw a line through that. Coming back today, back to a mile, that's going to be the concern. If it's a true run race, then that'll suit her. So all 3 runners, you know, are doing very well, and I'm expecting them to be in the shake-up.
Great, thank you for your comments. All the best.
Cool.
Anyway, that's Brett Crawford taking us through his 3 runners. Grant, it's nice to have that sort of competitive hand, and I like Brett. Almost, he's sort of positive all round for different reasons.
Yeah, he's interesting comment for me was stating that Fleeting possibly the fittest of his runners, and Richard's on it with a nice galloping weight of 55.5. Now, guess who liked that filly in the ring was Mr. MJ Belaford next to us, and he asked Richard, have a look at all the horses in the ring. Which one would you like to ride? And he said, there's definitely one that I want to ride, and that's the one I'm riding. So confidence twice over from that. So, and I think, if I remember rightly, as I sat down when I got to the course today, MJ, you mentioned Fleeting. So you've obviously had a good look, and you like your chances today.
If you followed my suggestions today, you might be not on course or not watching racing anymore. But no, yeah, I thought, look, the competitive card and competitive race, I just thought this filly early on in the form, she ran 3 lengths to Time Flies. She enjoys a mile. She's she's won a mile and that, so I really think it's filly with 55.5 in the back. She must have a good chance. Drawn 5. She looked good in the parade ring. Richard on board, and Brett, it's nice to hear that he said he thinks she's probably the fittest out of the three of these. So competitive race, but filly that's got one or two ticks that I enjoy, or like suggestions, her form suggested that I quite enjoy.
Well, he was happy with the way Lady Silvana looked as well, Vicky, so that was also a promising sign. And obviously, like you pointed out to him, Louis gets some assistance there. He jumps from gate number 1, which is always a massive help over the mile.
It's a huge help. I think the mile is a little bit probably the most forgiving out of the distances in relation to draws. But Lady Silvano, most certainly, you can get on that rail, you can dictate what pace they go around you. So definitely an easier job for Louis. She was a winner last time out over the distance, so that all bodes well. And just looks to be in a good place. I know that over the 2,000 metres she 2 starts to go behind Sarki. You would suggest maybe she fluffed the lines, but that was very good company on that occasion. And I think that she's definitely in with a chance from the draw.
Veronica Mars, the 6-year-old daughter of Legislate, Justin Snaith, trains Grant van Niekerk. So consistent. Hasn't been a winner for 689 days. Can she change that today? But one thing you know, she's going to give a really good game account of herself.
Yes. Up, go Em.
Yeah, Grant, she's running feature company, so she's got to have a chance, and there's a bit of a drop in class here, so yeah, hopefully it's definitely got a chance. A bit tricky going down, but she's calmed down. Grant's pretty chilled on her, she's got a good draw. Yeah, she's got to have a chance.
I think it's just on that note of Veronica Mars, and I think spot on. Grant, you noted how long it's been since she last won, but then if you look at the company she's held, she's really done a great job. You know, a number of feature company and sort of higher rated races, maybe stronger company. So Veronica Mars, she's always game. She's in a good space. Finds a nice type of finish, which it seems that's now changing. You know, in the beginning of the meeting we said you need to be up there. Now we've been that sort of theory's been challenged, and which is nice. It makes for interesting racing.
I think, Vicky, just on that, I think it's everyone's wanting to be up there, and then you start creating a pace that's probably too fast, and that gives horses that come from off them a bit of a chance. So good variety at Durbanville.
I think that was exactly what happened the last race, where the horses up front seemed to go quite a good clip and certainly opened the door for some of the horses to come from off them. The one thing about Veronica Mars, she seems to run the same race whether she's running against Marina or whether she's running against Lady Silvana. She's the same distance every time. She's just one of those horses who seems to just like to run 2 or 3 lengths off them.
Yeah, Grant, and she's dropped in the rating quite a lot. She was at 97, so she's probably in that position where there wasn't many other races she had to run in those feature races. So she's dropped to a 90 now.
But she runs the same type of race, no matter where she is.
She's 2 lengths off, that's it.
Yeah. 6 Mile Flower Fate. I like this filly today. I thought she looked an absolute picture in the ring as well. And the best 2 for me in the ring were Fleeting and My Flower Fate. Were you in the same opinion?
I was in the same opinion. So, and also such different fillies. I think My Flower Fate, you know, the fact that she won won over the 1250 here, she almost got Cornet there with that little head flip, but beautiful big filly. And last time out over a mile, she it was such an impressive win in the manner she went about it. You sort of want to see her settle off the pace, and she just, as Cornet said in the beginning of the day, she gets there for nothing, which is a huge advantage in the straight.
Cornet's ridden her for her 2 victories. He chatted to you early on in the day, and he was of the opinion that this filly was going to run well again.
Yeah, he says she's come on nicely in her work, so it's all positives for this filly. Very nice big filly. And
the mile's going to shoot her down to the ground. Let's hand up to Alistair Cohen, who's standing by for race number 6.
Thanks, Grant, Vicky and MJ. Glad that you guys are only throwing your toys up the cupboard today, up the cot rather. 3 runners left to load. Lady Silvano. Next one up will be Island Treasure, and then Royal Invitation, the last one. 1,600 metres to cover. They said. There they go. They're racing. My Flower Fate got an awful start. She lost about 3 lengths. Now she'll need to be good. Treasure Hunt, Royal Invitation allowed to stride on, take the lead. Treasure Hunt at the outside, then comes Lady Silvana, the black and white colours against the inside rail. Fleeting, red sleeves and striped cap, then comes Supreme Dream, and she's midfield. Veronica Mars, blue and white colours with Philosophizers a length in behind. My Flower Fate has recovered a couple of places. She races now with 2 behind as Philosophizers drop behind her, and then Island Treasure racing at the back of the field. There's 10 lengths in it. past the 1,000, and Royal Invitation in front by 2 over Treasure Hunt at the outside of Lady Silvano. Then we go a further 2 lengths away to Supreme Dream and Fleeting. They team up, they share fourth, just over a length away. My Flower Fate, Veronica Mars, they behind midfield. Philosophize and Island Treasure are the last 2, and they're about to swing for home with just over 600 metres left to run. Royal Invitation will guide them into the home straight. She's the leader by just over 1 length. Treasure Hunt is second. Lady Silvano, leaders back, is third. Fleeting going kindly in and amongst horses. Then comes Supreme Dream far side. Veronica Mars unwinding nearest us. Flower Fate is 2 off the outside. Further back then to Island Treasure and Philosophize past the 300. Royal Invitation in front. Here's Veronica Mars, My Flower Fate, Treasure Hunt and the red and silver. Further back then to Lady Silvano as Royal Invitation continues to gallop away with Veronica Mars eating into the lead. It's tight in the end. Maybe Veronica Mars just got there from Royal Invitation. Lady Silvano third and My Flower Fate was fourth. That's tight. Veronica Mars is lunging at Royal Invitation. I think Veronica Mars has just timed that right from Royal Invitation, who made 1,595 metres of this race. But at the line, they're very close, and Veronica Mars has won. Veronica Mars from Royal Invitation, third Lady Silvano, and My Flower Fate has done well to run fourth considering her start. Fleeting, Supreme Dream, they were ahead of Island Treasure, Treasure Hunt, and then came Philosophize. So the winners towards the extreme left-hand side. That's Veronica Mars. Another one for Grant Fanikak. Justin Snaith, the winning trainer. This daughter of Legislate, this well-bred daughter of Legislate. There's black type all over the page. She'll be a hit when she goes to the paddocks, which I think is imminent. Bred at the Shively Stud and owned by Mr. Edmondson. She finally gets into the winner's enclosure nearly 2 years apart. It'll be victory for Veronica Mars. Numbers confirmed 4, 3, 1 and 6. Winners time 1:37.61. And about to return into the winners area. Number 4, Veronica Mars, a 6-year-old mare by Legislate out of Earth's Orbit by Captain L, bred at the Shively Stud. Well into winning owner Mr. R.D. Edmondson. Justin Snaith, the winning trainer, and Grant Fanikak is the winning jockey. Grant having a good old day at the office. He's had 4 rounds for 3 wins and a second.
Race 6, the play tabonline.co.za Cape B Stakes was over the 1600 meters and won by number 4 Veronica Mars. So well done to P. Lefasani. He receives his R1,000 from Hollywood Bet, so thank you to them and Cape Racing. The jockey aboard and very much informed today is Grant van Niekerk. Grant, well done.
Yeah, thanks. Must be my mom's breakfast. She made me this morning. I'll be well aware. She'll make me aware of that. Don't worry about that. I need to. She obviously needs to tell my girlfriend what to make me in the morning. But I'm just so glad we're having a good day, and obviously to the Snakes for allowing me to ride her. You know, just after the line, Mune says to me, "Sorry, boy, you have to settle for second on this one." So I said, "I think it's quite close." We had a good laugh when the results came up, but you know, it's not nice when it goes, you know, when it doesn't go your way. But you know, that's racing.
Grant, it makes, look, for us watching, it's nerve-wracking, but is it quite exciting when you've had that close finish and it goes in your favour?
Yeah, you know, I thought if it's not a dead heat, obviously I won it. I felt my fillies did go down at the right time, and obviously with the outside angle, it favours the outside angle. And when you're also quickening with, and you have momentum on your side, and you're in a tight finish on the outside, especially in Cape Town, at 95% go your way. So I'm just glad it went my way this time, and obviously the Snakes, thank you.
Well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's Grant van Niekerk paying his success to his the breakfast his mother made him this morning. So you might have to ask Grant's mother to make him breakfast every day. He said that was the key to his success today.
Listen, there were a couple of surprises. He was early at work today as well. So whatever was in the breakfast, you're right. I would like to get hold of it. Just really well done to Richard Edmondson. He's been so patient with her, and she's going to be heading off to stud. There was a race in the Eastern Cape. We'll decide later. More than like they'll move it to Polly or something. So it might be actually a fitting way to end her career, to let it happen now. Just really well done to him. She's off a 90. I thought she was always a very well rated. I think what she's done in her career, off 90, she's always going to be a filly who's going to run a big race here. And Grant just riding a monster race there in the finish. So really well done to him. Alex Crawford as well involved. You know, really well done, guys. Chevelle stud. I love this family. We had the mare, Earth's Orbit, and this filly's going to go to stud, and I've just got a feeling that something's going to come out, and I'm hoping, I'm sure, looking forward to training some of her progeny in the future.
It's always lovely that having the families that then carry through the generations, especially when they end up being so full of heart and well, ability like this filly.
When I started training, I always heard trainers say, "Oh, I trained the mother," and I'm thinking, one day when I'm older, I'm going to be saying the same thing.
At least you've said that, not nobody else.
Correct. So like Star Express, I mean, she's had some super horses, and I think it's a big part of our racing that, you know, the horses go as drug-free as possible and produce top horses. That's the whole idea, and that's why I like to think that we get supported by some of the big stud farms, that the whole idea is the after race, you know, going to stud and producing champions. So let's hope that she can do the same.
It is indeed important. Thanks, Justin. Well done.
Great. Thank you very much.
There you go. Thank you very much to Justin Snaith, the trainer of number 4, Veronica Mars, the daughter of Legislate. Well done to Chevelle Stud for breeding. And as Justin said, it's wonderful to keep these families through the training ranks in generations to come. And MJ is standing by with Corne Offo, who was aboard My Flower Fate, possibly quite an unlucky filly in relation to the start.
Yeah, thanks, Vicky. If Justin eventually finished, Corne offers come and join me. Corne, My Flower Fate got left a little bit, ended up in a good position, but she was a bit unlucky not to be a bit closer.
Yeah, I think definitely she definitely should have run third. The first and second horse came together, and I had to just ease out of it and get a clear run, and I think that cost her the third place. She was a little bit agitated in the gates today. She got left a little bit, but she always comes from off the pace, and you know, she's a filly that's just growing into herself nicely now. She's big, so she's probably looking for a little bit further now. She made up nice ground, and yeah, she's a decent filly.
Only 4 starts, and she's won twice, obviously, and fourth now, and she's definitely a filly to follow for the season coming up.
I definitely think so. This is a filly that can run from a mile upwards towards 2004. I think she's a very simple filly to ride in the race. She switches off easy, so definitely a filly to follow through the season.
Corné, thanks very much. Corné is having some good form here at Durbanville, so maybe want to follow. My Flower Fate, she was a bit stiff. I'm sure she won't take long to win again. We're going to the replay of race 6 at Hollywood Pitch, Durbanville.
Set. There they go. They're racing. My Flower Fate got an awful start. She lost about 3 lengths. Now she'll need to be good. Treasure Hunt, Royal Invitation. Royal Invitation allowed to stride on, take the lead. Treasure Hunt at the outside. Then comes Lady Silvano, the black and white colours against the inside rail. Fleeting, red sleeves and striped cap. Then comes Supreme Dream, and she's midfield. Veronica Mars, blue and white colours with Philosophize a length in behind. My Flower Fate has recovered a couple of places. She races now with 2 behind as Philosophize dropped behind her. And then Island Treasure racing at the back of the field. There's 10 lengths in it. Past the 1,000 and Royal Invitation in front by 2 of a Treasure Hunt at the outside of Lady Silvano. Then we go further 2 lengths away to Supreme Dream and Fleeting. They team up, they share 4th, just over a length away. My Flower Fate, Veronica Mars, they behind midfield. Philosophize and Island Treasure are the last 2, and they're about to swing for home with just over 600 metres left to run. Royal Invitation will guide them into the home straight. She's the leader by just over 1 length. Treasure Hunt is second. Lady Silvano, leaders back, is third. Fleeting going kindly in and amongst horses. Then comes Supreme Dream far side. Veronica Mars unwinding nearest us. Flower Fate is 2 off the outside. Further back then to Island Treasure and Philosophize past the 300. Royal Invitation in front. Here's Veronica Mars, My Flower Fate, Treasure Hunt and the red and silver. Further back then to Lady Silvano as Royal Invitation continues to gallop away with Veronica Mars eating into the lead. It's tight in the end. Maybe Veronica Mars just got there from Royal Invitation. Lady Silvano third and My Flower Fate was 4th. That's tight. Veronica Mars is lunging at Royal Invitation. I think Veronica Mars has just timed that right from Royal Invitation, who made 1,595 metres of this race. But at the line, they're very close, and Veronica Mars has won. Veronica Mars from Royal Invitation, third Lady Silvano, and My Flower Fate has done well to run 4th considering her start. Fleeting, Supreme Dream, they were ahead of Island Treasure, Treasure Hunt, and then came Philosophize. So the winners towards the extreme left-hand side. That's Veronica Mars. Another one for Grand Finique. Justin Snaith, the winning trainer. This daughter of Legislate, this well-bred daughter of Legislate. There's black type all over the page. She'll be a hit when she goes to the paddocks, which I think is imminent. Bred of the Shivali stud and owned by Mr. Edmondson. She finally gets into the winner's enclosure nearly 2 years apart. It'll be victory for Veronica Mars.
Race 7, it's the race Cape powered by Hollywood Bets Cape C Stakes over the 1800 meters, and a lovely field of horses. We'll start off with number 1, Twice the Master, the son of Twice, over from the Vaughan Marshall Yard. Loves the staying distances, blinkers fitted for the first time, and MJ normally goes a bit further, but hopefully those blinkers help him over the 1800.
Yeah, it's a blinker strike, Vicky. He's drawn well with a lightweight, and he's dropped in the ratings as well, so a nice galloping weight. All that said, he could be, I know, as you say, he's looking for a bit further, but the draw and the drop in rating could help him a bit. He's walking past us here and he's looking pretty good.
He looks fit.
Yeah, definitely. His coat is shiny, so nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong with number 2, King of Heaven's coat. Son of Dynasty has an impeccable coat. He looks like he hasn't even been here through the whole of winter, and probably popped off to Durban. That helped him. It typically does. Last time out, it says over raced early. He hasn't quite been the 1800 meters, but MJ drawn 2. He, do you think that we can probably forgive him his last run or two?
Mickey, you have to draw a line through those last 2 starts, and then 5 links to, without question, 9 links to Charles Dickens. If he brings any of that form to this race, he'll be a very hard horse to beat. First time going the 1800, but he looks pretty fit. His coat is very good. He's got a good draw, a bit of weight to carry, but I'm sure Bernard will have him in a good position. And for me, the pick of this punch in the parade ring.
Number 3, St. Silas, from his son of Silvana from the Eric Sands yard. Sean Veal aboard. Drawn 3. He went the 1800 meters last time and duly won. He beat Marshall Field by 0.2 of a length, so definitely built up to that wonderful peak run. And typically horses, once they sort of do that and build up to it, they can carry on going. Do you think that he's worth including? He looks lovely in the ring.
Yeah, he didn't have much earlier form, and then slowly started improving with a bit of time, and he then came and won. He's also just nicely measured right and a nice looking horse. I don't see why this horse can't be competitive. He could draw a fair weight, so yeah, definitely got a quartet or even a bit closer type of chance.
He's a horse with a lovely length of rein.
Yeah, the looks a horse that will enjoy the 1800. He's obviously won, he's done well going further. He looks good. Sean's riding him, he rode him a bit early in his career, and it'll be competitive.
Number 4, Guy Alexander, the son of Gray's Inn from the Peter Inchard. Louis aboard, ran on the weekend, MJ. He actually looks quite fresh and well.
Yes, he does, especially, as you say, he's backing up quite quickly, but his form has been a bit off, so he'll need to improve a little bit. He's well, he's on his toes as Louis got onto him, but he needs to improve a bit for me.
Number 1, Twice the Masters, heading down the chute, so we'll cross up to Alistair Cohen to call them to the start.
Race number 7, Race Cape Hollywood Bets C Stakes over 1800 meters. Number 1, Twice the Master, races with blinkers on. Led up by number 1, Twice the Master, ridden by Oswald Noach. Number 2, Kingdom of Heaven, Bernard Fade Heard. Number 3, St. Silas, ridden by Sean Veal. 4, Guy Alexander and Louis Otwa. Five is Exceeder, ridden by Richard Faree. 6, Fellow and Cora, ridden by Grant Fanikak, another Fanikak horse with a lead horse, so I think it's jockey. Number 7, Tout Moi, ridden by Muzi Yanni. And the last runner out is number 8, Alfred's Girl, ridden by Keenan Stain. We'll have a look at it in a moment. As number 2, Kingdom of Heaven, makes his way down to the start. Number 3, St. Silas. There goes Fellow and Cora. 5, Exceeder. Number 1, Twice the Master. Next down will be number 4, Guy Alexander. 8, Alfred's Girl. And the last runner to head down to the start, number 7, Petit Moi. This race runs in only 5 minutes' time, so this is the final leg of Jackpot 1. As we get to the penultimate race on today's card, the current favourite is number 2, Kingdom of Heaven, at 3.30 at £1.90. 7, Petit Moi, 3.70, £1.40. 6, Fellow and Cora, 5.10 Rand a place. 5, Exceeder, 6.50, 2.60. And 3, St. Silas, £7.60, a win, and £2.90 a place. The buy pot today returns £747.90. Let's go downstairs to the madhouse.
Race 7, the second last of the day, and with me I've got Justin Snaith. There's still a number of runners, Justin. Fallow and Cora, you got informed Grant van Niekerk aboard?
Yeah, look, the 1800 is the max of her trip. Oscar might argue it, but I reckon a mile she's deadly. So I think what Grant might want to do is go to the front and make it a little bit more sedate so that she gets every bit of it. So certainly a horse that I think weighted accordingly. As you saw jury duty earlier on, fillies get bigger allowances in races like that. Hence we've got Fallow and Cora and Petit Moi here. I think they'll run good races. Kingdom of Heaven is an enigma for me. He's a horse that's been completely and utterly disappointing up to now. And I've now resorted to Bernard to try settle him. He doesn't settle in the races. His last 2 starts, he's run 4 wide around the fields. So I'm hoping today Bernard's possibly one of the strongest jocks that's ever ridden in South Africa. So we're going to really give him a chance in this race. And if he drops the hammer at the right time, he's certainly a horse that could easily blow away a field like this. If you told me that 6 months ago I'd be in a race like this with him, I'd say there was more chance in running in the Derby. So been very disappointing. I'm really hoping that we can just see something today that I can work on.
In race 8, you've got the 2 runners, Cloud Chaser and Zippy Obo. What are you expecting from those 2?
I think there's no way Cloud Chaser could run as badly as it did last time. It was in that day, the next race, they cancelled racing. She's a Savannah filly, does not like the soft conditions. Back onto the firm ground, you can expect a good run. But you just get the feeling that Zippy Over is, going to have a lot go her way in this race. Certainly a strong way to finish up. And punters on Saturday, I think we've got I've got a few horses drawn badly, but the ones that are drawn well, I think we're going to have a big day. Follow the yard on Saturday.
Justin, thank you for that. All the best.
Great, thank you very much.
There you go, Grant. Comments coming through from Justin, as he mentioned, a few tactics possibly just to suit his horses, and I hope that info was of value.
Great job there, Vix. It was nice to get the information from Justin, especially on the 2-horse Kingdom of Heaven. He opened up at 6-1. He shortened all the way into 5-2. He currently tops the boards. And as you heard from Justin, if you had said to him 6 months ago this horse would be racing in Hollywood Bets Cape Sea Stakes, they'd be shaking their head saying, no, he's got a better chance in the Derby. So that alone suggested the horse has shown plenty of ability. He just needs to learn how to race, and they've opted to put Bernard on, which certainly could make all the difference. So, MJ, in terms of Bernard jumping on board a horse like this, they say he's been impossible to get to settle in a race. Is Bernard the right man for the job?
Yeah, he's a good horseman. He's obviously got 61.5 in his back, and drawn 2, it'll be quite an easy job. And Bernard's got decent hands. The horse is obviously strong, as Justin said. It's going to be pace dependent. You can doesn't matter who you put on the horse. If the pace is too slow, he's going to struggle. So there's a little bit of speed in the race. Interesting that Justin says that they really thought a lot more of those, and you can see that. I mean, if you 5 lengths off without question. If you take the last 2 starts out of it, he really certainly looks like a sitter in this race, but there are obviously a little bit of concerns about settling and why he's been disappointing. There are some questions.
Vicky, what did you make of him in the ring?
Oh, outstanding. He really did it. I mentioned his beautiful coats, and, Justin rightfully said he spent the winter in KZN, which is typically a much warmer, forgiving winter, and they don't normally throw such wintry coats. So, no, he looked incredible, and typical of Dynasty, strong, beautiful, sort of well-rounded horse. So hopefully it pays off. Often when you get those horses that are disappointing, you try different sort of things and hope for it. So, yeah, let's hope the plan comes together, because he's a beautiful type of horse, and it would be nice to see him come back to expectations or run a type of race that would lead up to expectations.
St. Cedars won a nice race last time out, beating Marshall Field. And off a favourable rating still, this is a horse that could certainly still maybe feature after winning its maiden, MJ.
Yeah, and as I said, when he started going a little bit further, he started improving, and he's done nothing wrong his last two starts. He only just won. He beat Marshall Field, and Marshall Field's been a little bit unlucky and drawn 3 right up a race 58.5 in his back. He's definitely got a chance of coming back and maybe following up. It might be hard for him, but horses don't always go and win straight away their next start, but there's a chance for him of doing that. Yeah, I think he'll be competitive. This horse, as Vicky said, he's a nice big horse. As you can see, going down, good action. He looked good in the parade ring.
We've had a 10-year-old race earlier in Power Grid. We've got a 9-year-old here in the form of number 8, Alfred's Girl, who's actually selected by Computer Forms Tipster to win it. Keenan staying 53 kilos. She's a handy front runner, which obviously suits the conditions. We've seen a lot of that recently as well. Any sort of a chance from either of you?
I think with the lightweight, and if she beat Fleeting that way over the Kenilworth 1800, so similar type of thing, but I think she is never too far off, but petering towards the end of her career.
Petering, I think she's almost there at 9 years old, so let's see how she fares as well. But Alistair Cohen standing by. I think he refers to us as the Madhouse, so we may as well hand up to him.
To the lunchbox.
Thanks, guys. Guy Alexander moves up. 3 left. The blindfolded St. Silas. Needs a bit of persuading, but in he goes. Fellow and Cora will be next. Goes sideways. She goes halfway. In she goes, Kingdom of Heaven, the last one. With 1,800 metres to race. Gates are back, and they're racing away. Rather untidy start. St. Silas was a step slow. Kingdom of Heaven just bobbled coming out of the stalls. And he'll have to race at the back of the field, and just actually losing touch with the pack as they get onto the back straight. And it's Alfred's Girl in front by half a length with 1,500 metres left to run, make that 1 length of a fellow and Cora who got into second. Then comes Pachudap Moi and the bright blue at the outside of Twice the Master, Exceeder, yellow sleeves and cap. Guy Alexander.
Race 7, Race Cape, powered by Hollywood Bets Cape C Stakes over the 1800 metres, won by number 6, Falo Nkora, the daughter of Twice Over. Well done to Lusanda Spegile. He receives his 1,000 and thanks to Hollywood Bets and also Cape Racing. The informed Grant Funikak, as Alistair rightfully put to your stats for the day. Grant having a peach of a day.
Yeah, really thought I'd be lucky to have a winner today. I thought my feeling the last was my best ride, so I don't want to jinx it, but hopefully I can get 5. You know, we're blessed when we have one winner. You should be extremely happy when a double comes, but you know, this is why we work for these type of days, and thank God it's paying off.
Well, I think you've got the key recipe, your mother's breakfast and being early for work.
Yeah, with Justin, you know, as a boss, you definitely not going to get off lightly of anything, so he's putting me on my place, and you know, it's sort of like my mentor. He's always been there throughout my racing career, and he guided me through. But any jockey in South Africa would be blessed to be partnered with the Smith team. They very professional what they do, and you know, the horse comes first there. That's why they always do well, and I suppose that's why every trainer in South Africa does well.
Grant, with regards to the filly or the mare, should I rather say, in the race, Justin said just to jump out, be positive but also conservative due to the 1800.
Yeah, you know, I'm not sure why Justin actually nominated her for the 1800 because she's a filly that does really well over 14 or mile. She's very strong. I was surprised I went to her, I must be honest. I didn't think I'd stay there after the pace I went. I just couldn't hold her, and she did very well to stay where in front. And you know, a filly that if you bring her back in trip where she's more comfortable, where she's not playing that hard, hopefully she could win easier.
Grant, well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's Grant Funikak. Next up, the conditioner in Justin Snaith. Justin, well done.
Great, thank you.
As you said, going into the race, you know, tactics-wise, ride a positive race, but in a conservative manner, and he did a good job.
Yes, until Kingdom Heaven came round.
Whoops.
What? Luckily, the owner of Kingdom Heaven doesn't move horses. I'm very lucky. Because if I owned it, I'd move it to another trader. I'd find myself. But I'll eventually get it right. In all fairness to Bernard, he did settle the horse, which is a step in the right direction. Halfway around the turn, I wasn't sure what was going on. But anyway, I'm glad we ran first and second. It's been a very tough season, I must be honest. It's been the hardest season of my life, I must be honest. Just trying to figure things out, trying to get it right. And I like to think that last season was a learning curve, and you never stop learning in this game. And I like to think whatever we were doing wrong there, we've changed a few things. Looks like things are going the right way. So it's been a lot of hard work and trying to figure out what's actually going on wrong with some of the results that we've been having with young horses, let's say, things like that. So really well done to the whole team. It's been a lot of hard work. I've got an amazing staff, maybe understaffed, but who I have work timelessly in the yard and get very much little time off. So this goes to everyone in the yard for all their hard work, and to Oscar, Normandy stud, really well done. I have a lot of assistant trainers that are owners. Oscar's one of them. But lucky he is, because the filly probably wouldn't have been in the race, and Oscar was like, why not, let's run here. So I said, I don't mind. You paid me to do the job. If you want to do it, no problem at all. So like Etienne Braun and all of them, everyone has their say, and I think we're a yard that we've got owners that have great experience in the game, and every time they like to put their 5 cents forward, it's absolute pleasure, and I'm only happy to do it. So I hope that doesn't encourage them too much, but anyway, well done to Grant on a great ride as well.
Well done, Justin.
Great, thank you.
There you go, Justin, taking us through all how the race unfolded for him as a yard, but thankfully number 6 Fellow Nkora came through successful. Well done to Normandy Stud and also the host of owners. Number 6 Fellow Nkora is your winner.
Gates are back, and they're racing away. Rather untidy start. St. Silas was a step slow. Kingdom of Heaven just bobbled coming out of the stalls. He'll have to race at the back of the field, and just actually losing touch with the pack as they get onto the back straight. And it's Alfred's Girl in front by half a length with 1,500 metres left to run. Make that 1 length of a Fellow Nkora, who got into second. Then comes Patudet Moi in the bright blue at the outside of Twice the Master. Exceeder yellow sleeves and cap. Guy Alexander. Then comes St. Silas, and 3 lengths away to Kingdom of Heaven. Now as they make their way towards the final 1,200 metres, Alfred's Girl at a steady gallop is in front by 1 length. Fellow Nkora has options at her outside. Exceeder's taking the chance at the wide outside to push forward from midfield to go and join the leaders. That might just force the issue. Twice the Master races away in fourth. Patudet Moi is out in fifth. Then we go 2 lengths away to St. Silas and Guy Alexander, and then 2 lengths away to Kingdom of Heaven, who was forced to race at the back of the field. There's 8 lengths in it with 800 metres left to run. New leader Fellow Nkora in front by over 1 length. Exceeder Alfred's Girl, they share second. There we go, a further length away to Kingdom of Heaven. Here he comes on the wide outside. This is an enterprising run, and Kingdom of Heaven, after a bad start from nowhere, is first at the top of the straight. Now second place is Fellow Nkora. Then comes Exceeder. They followed by Alfred's Girl towards the far side. Twice the Master, Patudet Moi, and then comes St. Silas with 300 metres left to go. Kingdom of Heaven towards the outside in front by 2. Fellow Nkora is second. Then comes Twice the Master. Exceeder was further back with St. Silas, 150 out, and it's Kingdom of Heaven in the lead over Fellow Nkora. Twice the Master, Patudet Moi. Then comes Exceeder. Fellow Nkora picks off a tired Kingdom of Heaven, and Fellow Nkora wins. Grant Fanike having a big day. Fellow Nkora's beaten Patudet Moi. Then came Twice the Master. Exceeder probably got fourth, just ahead of Kingdom of Heaven. Fellow Nkora, the winner of race number 7. Grant Fanike's having a huge old afternoon. Justin Staith, the winning trainer, the daughter of Twice Over, bred at the Normandy stud. Well done to Normandy Racing, Oscar Folks, Mr. Shooter, Malos Gwalangwa, Cliff DeCarmo, Charles Ruizy, Vishal Mahabir, and Mr. Jurgakanth, and it's going to be Fellow Nkora who beats Patudet Moi in second. Third goes to number 1, Twice the Master, then came Exceeder. Kingdom of Heaven might wake up after this run. He's learnt a lot more about racing today with that run. It might have been enterprising, to say the very least, but just he showed a little bit more spark today, although it might have all been back to front. If you like enough of what you saw, I wouldn't give up hope on him just yet. Fellow Nkora, now a 2-time winner from 15 starts. She was perfectly teed up throughout the race. She was the one with options throughout the race from where she was placed, and she took advantage. And Grant Fanike's had 5 rides today for 4 wins in a second.
Can your chair do this?
This is the Ergotune Supreme. It's the best chair that I've owned so far.
Do you understand?
The lucky last at Hollywood Beach, Durbanville. Anthony Andrews come and join me. Anthony riding Lucy the Pink. She's been in great form. 52.5 in the back, draw 6. She's got a massive chance here.
Yeah, you know, early on she was tugging quite hard, and I seemed to get on with her early on and switch her off. The winner that beat me last time, she beat me in facile fashion. She eased up at about 150 looking back. Just hoping with the firmer going that it'll suit my filly a little bit better, and hopefully not the other filly, and then we'll be right there with him at the end.
Yeah, last time it was very heavy, and I think that might change. I mean, if you look at that win last time, the zippy over looked like very hard to beat, but the ground might be the difference here.
Yeah, I hope so. With the weight and the ground being more firmer today, I think that should hopefully bring that margin, close that margin up, and hopefully put us through the winning line first.
Holding thumbs for you. It's Anthony Andrews riding Lucy the Pink. He's definitely got a bit of a chance here. Grant and Vicky, what are your thoughts? Because asking me for a winner today is wasting money.
With regards to your feedback, I think that you spotted creme brulee in the ring, so don't sell yourself short.
MJ runners for our next race are making their way into the parade. It is the 8th and final on today's programme. Smallish field, just the 7 runners, but it certainly doesn't lack for competitiveness. Let's start with number 1. Number 1 here in the 8th race is Cloud Chaser. Richard Freeze had a good day, so too has Grant Van Niekerk. Those two jocks have dominated proceedings. Cloud Chaser, the 4-year-old daughter of Silvano, comes into the race, other than her last start, with some nice, solid, consistent form. I think last time out, she certainly is better than that run, and pole position is going to help her. Certainly a runner that you can't be leaving out. 2 estimated from the Vaughan Marshall yard. Jabu Jacobs on board. Nice draw of 2 as well. Was 7 lengths behind Zippy Over last time out. Should finish a little bit closer up, but hard to see why she will reverse that placing. 3, Rewrite the Stars. There's been some support for this mare. She's a 7-year-old daughter of the Apache. She opened up at 14. She's trading at around 8-1 now, so there has been some support for her in the marketplace. The jocks have mounted up. They are leaving the parade ring now. Have a good look at a couple of these runners. Lucy the Pink's attracted some support, so too Zippy Over. And it could be an interesting contest to tie up proceedings here in the final event out at Hollywood Bets Durbanville.
Thanks very much, Grant. Here's number 2, Estimated, ridden by Jabu Jacobs. With number 3, Rewrite the Stars, ridden by Muzi Yanni. Number 4, Winter Scout, Louis Otwa. Five, Miss New York, ridden by Craig Zaki. 6 is Lucy the Pink, Anthony Andrews. 7, Zippy Over, ridden by Grant Van Niekerk. And last out is number 1, Cloud Chaser, ridden by Richard Faree. Passing by number 2, Estimated. 3, Rewrite the Stars. 4, Winter Scout. 7, Zippy Over. Number 5, Miss New York. Number 6 is Lucy the Pink. And then the last runner out onto the track is number 1, Cloud Chaser. Favourite number 7, Zippy Over, 190 and £1.40 a place. 6, Lucy the Pink, 440, 230. 1, Cloud Chaser, horse and shot, 550, £1.80. 3, Rewrite the Stars, 820 a win, 370 a place. 7 runners on their way down to the start, and there's still a good 8 minutes to race time, so we've got a bit of time to buy. Jackpot 6,372.80. 6372.8 is today's jackpot return. The place accumulator with £49.40. The pick 6, 16 live tickets. 6 3/4 on number 7, Zippy Over. So it pays £16,343 at this very stage. And jackpot 2 showing £1,658. So 7 minutes to go. Starting stall's right here. All 7 runners already behind. Let's get down to Grant, Vicky and MJ.
Thanks, Alistair. Yeah, smallish field, so we'll have plenty of time to go through most of these runners in quite a bit of detail. So there has been a bit of a drift about number 1, Cloud Chaser. Opened up at 9-2, currently around the 6-1 mark. Richard Faree is on board. He gets the pole position berth, which is always a major advantage. Last time out behind My Flower Fate, MJ, that's not the true form, whether it was the ground or whether it just wasn't that filly's run on that occasion. Not too sure, but she's definitely better than that.
Yeah, for sure. It could just be that first run, the short straight, could be a bit of a factor. So she might enjoy this bit of a longer straight here at Durbanville. She's actually run very well here. So nice filly when she won convincingly. I think she'll enjoy the extra ground and drawn 1. She's got to have a squeak here.
Yeah, she's never done this course in distance. She's obviously run well here at Durbanville, but it was over the 1400 and the 1600, so she does like it. Yeah, she's got to come into the race with a chance, Vicky.
She definitely has. I think in relation to both the Justin Snaith runs, I think they in with a bit of a shout. Obviously, Grant's having a red letter day, so one might sway towards his filly, but Cloud Chaser, she's beautiful, lightly raced, and as we know with the Silvano progeny, they almost get better with time. Shouldn't be a problem. Agreed with MJ regarding the distance. Ignore her last start. You'd really fancy her strongly.
Richards has got to avoid the other jockey's elbows.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. 2 estimated. Vaughan Marshall, Jarvis Jacobs. They team up together. This horse is pretty consistent. Hasn't run too badly behind Lucy the Pink and also Zippy Over. Does have a few lengths to find, but I've got a funny feeling that this will finish a lot closer up with the firmer ground, MJ.
Yeah, Grant, also not the biggest, but very good action. Nice draw, and as you say, she's not far off them. That last Zippy Over form, as we've said, it was very heavy, and she obviously enjoyed the ground, like really enjoyed it, and she put them to bed very easily. So with the ground a bit firmer, I think she could turn that form around a little bit, and she could come into the quartet.
I'd certainly throw into a trifecta and a quartet. Vicky, any sort of a chance from you?
Yeah, I quite like estimated here. I think from the good draw, she looks to enjoy the trip quite a bit. To be fair, in June, going the 1950, not having much work at home, and that I think to still finish 4th behind Zippy Over was a very good effort from her. And she thoroughly enjoys the 1800 meters. Had one run here for a third, so definitely not the worst of them at all. And also, ever since she's had the blinkers on, I know it was early on, she responds very well to them. So, the fact that headgear is still on is all a good thing.
I must say, she looks pretty fit and she's got a great coat.
Yeah, she looks good, Grant. Very good.
So I think you can expect a much improved run from number 2, estimated. 3, Rewrite the Stars. Interesting, there's been money for this. This is a 7-year-old daughter of the Apache, opened up at 14s, touching around the 8-1 mark now. And Muzieni gets the ride. Again, she doesn't know how to run a bad race. Her last run wasn't bad. She was only beaten 4.5 lengths. Is there merit in the money that's coming for it?
Grant, she hasn't actually been a right distance for quite a while. The last time she ran 1800 here, or not here, at Kenilworth was 5 lengths of Silver Darling. Silver Darling ran in July, so and then 4 lengths to Song. The other races have been very consistent, but short of a best. Only got 52 on her back, drawn 3. As I said, going back to 1800, she's definitely got to have a bit of a shot, and that's probably where the money's come from. It's more, I think most of the races that she's won has been over 2,000 meters. So there's a little bit of value in her, and as I said, that's probably where the money's come from.
The point to note as well, she's come down from a 76 to a 61.
Big drop.
So that's massive, and now going the trip for the first time. I think that answers the question about why the money's coming for her.
Possibly, and I think, if you spoke to us earlier on in the day, if the horses were only really running from up there, and she does have those very forward-going tactics. She's quite she holds her head, I wouldn't say high, but it's a higher head carriage, and she really gets on with it and travels quite hard in the hands. So, that does seem to be paying off to be handy.
Lightweight, and just hope the jockey can settle her.
Right, 4 is Winter Scout from the Glen Cotson Yard. Lee McCotford jumps on board. Here's a runner that's been probably pretty average this last couple of starts, to be fair. We know that run behind Time Flies, if she reproduces that, she wins the race. But her form hasn't exactly been inspiring enough to say, well, she should repeat that one now.
Yeah, she might have.
A win in the second, can regain her form. She's had 41 days in between, so a little bit of time to be fitter with tracks that are workable and freshened up.
5 Miss New York. She won a race last time out. Women's World's come out and franked that. Craig Zaki on board, 54.5. This is another one that's dropped from a 75 to a 69 and goes the 1800, which I think she's absolutely going to relish. I make this filly a bit of a runner.
Grant, sorry, Vicky, Grant, you seem to think that she's a big chance. I tell you what, if you go back to the start and see what she looks like, I mean, look at that. Coat is shiny, she's looking fantastic.
I certainly think that she's, her form line's been frank. She's run close up behind a couple of nice times. That Saki run is certainly good enough to make her feature, and I just think she represents some really solid each-way value.
I think also, Grant, if you look at her last win, it is a win full of merit. She was drawn 10 out of 12, soft going, very testing 1600. So if you look at the 1800, probably you could compare the two as being a similar type of demand or sort of ask from the filly. 54.5, not the heaviest weight around, and agreed. She looks outstanding.
She's 4 kilos better off with Cloud Chaser for
I think she's a runner.
beatings.
I really do think she's a runner. 6, Lucy the Pink, 4-year-old daughter of Louis the King out of a Western winter mare, Anthony Andrews, on board. And solid form, first and second last 2 starts, and will be right there, and then 7 Zippy Over, we've heard. That win last time out, she is out of a Galileo mare, and that would certainly have made her appreciate the heavy and yielding ground. And let's see how she fares here on ground that's going to be quite a lot firmer. It might certainly suit some of the other runners instead of her. But they are loading up for the 8th and final time this afternoon as we hand up to Alistair Coe.
Thank you very much indeed, Grant, Vicky and MJ. Here we go. Rewrite the Stars, Cloud Chaser, Miss New York. The next one, Estimated. Zippy Over being led up. Here comes Winter Scout. And then Lucy the Pink. There's 1,800 meters. Ready. The gates are back. And they racing away with Lucy the Pink conceding about a length. Rewrite the Stars hit the ground running. Miss New York races away and stake in the early stages. Cloud Chaser nicely placed in 3rd. Then comes Winter Scouts in the green, sharing that spot. Just over a length away to Zippy Over in the yellow sleeves and the red cap. Estimated 1 from last, leaving Lucy the Pink as the trailer. 7 lengths in it with 1,400 meters left to run. Rewrite the Stars in front by just over 1 length. Miss New York, who travels in 2nd at the outside. Cloud Chaser against the rail is 3rd. Be nothing complicated with her. Then comes Winter Scout, Estimated races with 2 behind. Zippy Over 1 from last, and Lucy the Pink is the trailer towards the corner of the track with just over 1,000 meters left to run. Rewrite the Stars been in front from the start, and she's the leader now by 1.5 lengths over Miss New York in 2nd. Then comes Cloud Chaser. There's no change in the order. Winter Scout races in 4th and equally 4 lengths off the leader. Estimated a further length in behind. Zippy Over is 1 from last, leaving Lucy the Pink as the trailer, and they're about to take the angle for home. 700 meters left to run, and it's Rewrite the Stars who'll bring them into the home straight. Nobody's blinked. They've been in the same place from the start. Miss New York 2nd, Cloud Chaser rail 3rd. Then comes Winter Scouts in the green and red colours. Estimated far side. Zippy Over, yellow sleeves, red cap, 6 lengths adrift, and Lucy the Pink will need to find a way through towards the final 400 meters. Rewrite the Stars still the leader, grimly hanging on as Miss New York and Winter Scout move forward together. Cloud Chaser 2 off the inside. Estimated Zippy Over nearest us is also trying to gun them down. It's now Winter Scout in the lead. Miss New York is 2nd. Rewrite the Stars, Zippy Over further back. Winter Scout takes a deep breath, continues to run. Winter Scout just stuck her nose out, I believe, from Miss New York. 3rd got close. Lucy the Pink, Zippy Over are involved. Let's get back in. Winter Scout, Miss New York. What a day Andy Elson's had, even if he hasn't won this race. 2 wins in 2 seconds, I think. Winter Scout just sticks her neck out. Line comes. Here we go. Winter Scout wins. Winter Scout from Miss New York, 3rd. I thought was close between Lucy the Pink and Zippy Over. And that is very close indeed. Might go to Zippy Over, might go to Zippy Over. Their PAs that hinge on that. We'll wait for the judge to have the final say. Rewrite the Stars was 5th, then came Cloud Chaser, and they were ahead of Estimated. So Winter Scout, Glenn Cotts and Louis Otwa team up with the daughter of What a Winter, owned by Philip Bamford and bred by Richard Fitzgerald. Winter Scout, now a 3-time winner from 22 starts. She'll just see off number 5, Miss New York, and what was another good finish. 3rd is tight. Zippy Over and Lucy the Pink are in a photo, and the judge will have a good look at them for that 3rd position. And the judge still deliberating with the PC next door to try and split them for 3rd. So it's Winter Scout. They've been in some exciting finishes today at Hollywood Bets Durbanville. Tomorrow the local racing is at Hollywood Bets Greyville. Val on Thursday, Fairview Friday, doubleheader Saturday, Turfentine, Hollywood Bets Durbanville, Sunday, Hollywood Bets Scottsville, nothing Monday, and next week Tuesday back to the Val. Until next time, good night. Numbers, race 8, 4, 5, 7 and 6. Winner's time, 151.19. Number 4, Winter Scout, about to unsaddle the number 1 box. 5-year-old mare by What a Winter, out of Guiding Light by Judd Pot, bred by Richard Fitzgerald. Philip Bamford is the winning owner. Well done to Glenn Cotson, the winning trainer. Tracy Willard doing duty at Hollywood Bets Durbanville today. And Louis Otwa gets on the board after heaps of places. That's a wrap from Hollywood Bets Durbanville. That's a wrap from Hollywood Bets Durbanville. Next Cape meeting will be on Saturday at the exact same racecourse. Nice card ahead. Trust we'll see you and your friends then. Stand by for the all clear. Good night.
Race 8, the lucky last, the Hollywood Bets Bright Future Class 4. It was over the 1800 meters, and the winner was number 4, Winter Scout. Well done to Sinatemba and Tabzini. He receives his 1,000 rand. Thank you to Hollywood Bets and Cape Racing. Winter Scout trained by Glenn Cotson, and the daughter of What a Winter, Tracy, doing a good job. Mighty close finish though.
Very close finish, but I mean, she kept going to the line, which is, well, good. And it was an honest run, she kept finding and sort of getting her head down where it mattered.
And I think similar to most of the yards to the Cape, a difficult and wet winter, but she clearly enjoyed having the tracks back and probably more work into the race.
Well, she's a whole heap fitter than obviously she was her last run, and the going is so much better, and I think that is suiting her. Well, she's a lot happier with the better going, put it that way. And I'm so glad she actually has won a race, because she's not without her little issues, but it's all sort of, today's her day, So well done to Glenn and everybody on the farm. Philip Bamford, the owner, Richard Fitzgerald, the breeder, and our sponsors, World Sports Betting.
Tracy, well done.
Thank you, Vix.
There you go. That's Tracy Willard from the Glen Cotson Yard representing them today. 1 runner, 1 winner, and Louis was the jockey aboard. Louis, well done.
Thank you, Vicky.
I know you've sat on her once before, but she was really gutsy today in that finish.
Yeah, no, sure. She's also grown a bit. Last time I rode her, she was still small and tiny. Today, when I look in her pairing, she's gotten taller and she's filled out a lot as well. So well done to the whole team, Cotton team. They've done a tremendous job with her. And yeah, she was very gutsy today. The way she moved up, though, I thought she'll win much easier than that. But but she still never laid down at all.
With regards to where to go from here, do you think that just sticking over this type of trip is the best thing for her?
Listen, she had no problem with the trip today. The pace was decent enough. I just think maybe at Kenilworth, the last few runs at Kenilworth, the course being soft, she didn't enjoy it because she wasn't that big. I think now that she feels that she's gotten stronger, this type of trip, in a more suitable type of race for her, then you can get more of an ideal you know, what you really want to do with her. Like I'll stick it to the trip. I'll stick with the same you know, same type of rating of a race, and then you can really see if she's enjoying it or what you want to change. But so far I will keep it to the same trip.
Louis, well done for the win.
Thank you. Well done to Mr. Bamford, and I don't know if he's got partners in the race. I mean, in a horse. And thanks to the Glencots and Yad. Hopefully this is the first of many for the season, and still appreciate the support. Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you.
There you go. That's Louis Mqoko aboard number 4, Winter Scout, the daughter of Water Winter. Well done to Mr. Fitzgerald for breeding and Philip Bamford for owning. The filly, very honest run from her, and lovely to see her return to form. Well done to Glenn Cotson and his team. That rounds off our day here at Hollywood Bets Durbanville. We'll see you on Saturday at the Country Course for another, hopefully bright, sunny and cheerful race meeting.